wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá? Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Verizon VALORANT Game Changers North America Stage 2. It is a mouthful. The players are ready, and we have more games for you in Stage 2.
Come here, come a little closer. Don't be afraid, no, I don't wanna hurt you. Little more, come near, let me just show you. Don't know, can't talk, let me just show you. Don't be obsessive, it could be intensive, it could be explosive, it could be offensive. Don't be defensive, don't be aggressive, it will be a waste, cause it could be expensive. You need a little fee in your life, you need a little me in your life. I wanna see the sea in your eyes. You need to be free. Eh.
Move, body, move, body, take move, body, move, your body, take you.
You run into my mind with a shotgun. I'm running out of time, but I'm not done. Yeah, I don't need to run, it will come to me. I don't need to fight, but I keep moving, keep moving. Even what I lose, yeah, I keep moving. Put on my shoes, yeah, I keep moving. There's no room to refuse. Don't be obsessive, it could be intensive, it could be explosive, it could be offensive.
countered by the Steel Garden. Primaries Jana, they're going to aggress into U-Haul off of it.
Oh, patience though. Shroud was making sure no shower play was there, so they got a little disjointed. It may not cost them though. Juna looking for another ace on the round, and iBUYPOWER ace. Let's rack up another one.
No.
Zobi, this is working pretty well.
Move your body.
Landy. I mean, being gifted 1v1s here, but even with the Marshall.
Yeah.
It's not over just yet. And there it is, the slanty iBUYPOWER ace, and the nod of approval knowing what they just did.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the Verizon Valorant Game Changers. I'm Ender here with Mimi, here to bring you all the action for the day. And Mimi, can I just say, I'm thrilled after a weekend of casting 2G and Furia to be here with Shopify in our opening game. I'm truly blessed.
Who do you take in a hypothetical Shopify 2G match?
I would say 2-1 Shopify.
I'd honestly love to see it. It would be fun. It's been cool getting a hint of that with them playing in challenges, but today they're playing in GC, and it's a pretty sick match for the Swiss stage, right? We get this rivalry that's been building all year between Shopify and Wadada, the two best teams in NA GC, who was the grand finalist last time, now playing against each other in Swiss. It's been kind of a one-sided rivalry, though, for Shopify thus far, but another chance for Wadada, and that's coming alongside some other pretty sick matches today.
Yeah, I think this has been like a fun year in general for NAGC, also a fun stage. You've got, you know, some returning orgs like Ghost Gaming and 100 Thieves, both teams also sitting 2-0, just like Shopify and Wadada. We'll only have two more teams undefeated after today, as well as seeing newer faces, newer teams forming up like Hikikimori on the other side. There's a lot of great matches to check out across all of the streams. But you only get to hear our voices here on Valorant Americas. So, you know, go to the other streams during the break, you know, make sure the numbers we're still buffed over here. Of course, we can also take a look at the actual matches at hand. And the standings. So much still TBD.
It is so overwhelming to look at this, but if you think about it simply, you have to win 4 games before you lose 4 games. You lose 4, you're out. You win 4, you're in to that main event, into the bracket stage. So we're not quite qualifying yet, but for our 2-0 teams, your SRGs, Wadada, 100 Thieves, Ghost, if they win today, they're just going to be 1 game away with an additional, 3 chances then after today to be able to go and lock it up. So lots of opportunity for those squads, but also no one's out yet. Anyone can still make it into that main stage, into the playoff bracket at this point. So a lot on the line.
Yeah, and you also have situations where even teams that fall down early on because of, you could get just matched up against like a crazy sick team like a Shopify or Flyquest or Wadada, any of these squads, that you could be lower on in the bracket and still go on to make the run. I think the format structure is pretty forgiving as well with the amount of time you actually have to play, you know, a game a week in these early stages. So there's still some time for our newer teams as well to grow and keep trying to level up for that main event.
Yeah, I think it is cool that GC finally gets like a week-by-week format, because if you talk to like coaches and players, even in Tier 1, people are always saying how different it is playing a tournament format versus playing like a week-by-week. You have so much more time to be intentional about prepping for your specific opponent, coming up with a different comp, a special anti-strat, something like that. You have so much more potential to do those things that kind of let you into some of the like even deeper elements of the game versus just like back-to-back gauntlet of playing a game. You never know who you're going to play till you're actually playing the game in like the old OQ format, so it kind of rewards a different style of play, a more strategic style of play for those teams that do want to get nerdy and kind of prep ahead.
Yeah, also just the fact that every single game is going to be streamed during these. So you can of course, catch them all live. You can go back, check the VODs. The teams as well will have been doing that. But I do think we can go ahead and talk a little bit more about the squads we have facing off in our first series, because I am thrilled for this match. This is always a banger. First up, we have Shopify. You know them, you love them. Is there anything new that we can say about this team, Mimi, or is it just same old, same old?
I think the coolest thing about Shopify right now, which obviously if you've been watching GC before, if you're a Shopify fan, you know this, but that they're back in Challengers competing over there again. Got their first win just a couple weeks ago, officially in that league too, which was super cool to watch that game against TSM. So this is a team that they're still playing in GC. They're still gunning for, you know, their 12 trillionth trophy. I don't even know how Mel can fit them in her apartment anymore. But
She has to
they're
get a
also
3-bedroom.
yeah, their one bedroom is just like 16 GC trophies. But they also have higher aspirations. They're going for more than just this, and they are the team to beat. You beat Shopify, and that is great joy, great happiness upon you and the entire squad.
It's just that simple. Beat Shopify. You know,
That's
I do
the
appreciate
secret to self-fulfillment.
Exactly. I appreciate that Shopify have taken a little strat out of the G2 playbook, right? G2 signed to Caster and Baby Bay. So Shopify, you know, they've got professional Toronto analyst Mel IGLing the team. Alexis of America's fame from week 1 also bolstering up this roster. So really, the sky's the limit for them.
Yeah, what did working Toronto with Mel prepare you for this matchup, Christy?
I mean, we just nerded about the game. That's it. I have the anti-strats. I know how she thinks about the game now, so I'm gonna be able to predict her every move.
Wow, that's gonna be so incredible to see.
She also said Chungus a lot. Those are my 2 big takeaways.
Yeah, and if you're a Shopify fan, you really hope they do not drop their Chungus today. That would be really tough to see in the big 2025.
Yeah, everyone collect your Chungus. Don't let that get away. And let's go ahead and check out the other squad in Wadada. No Chungus here. We've got, actually, for the first time, we're seeing all 5 of Wadada back on the stage, quote unquote, the metaphysical stage, since they played against Shopify in the finals.
Someone's been playing a little too much Cyberpunk over there.
Yeah, honestly. But we are seeing Astralis and Starbound jump back in the roster after Stay and Kestrel were subbing in for the team last week. Kestrel as well back during week 1. But even with subs, this team still crushing, still 2-0, and still looking real good here, Mimi.
Yeah, they still won their first 2 games despite not having their full roster, so are in this position in a 2-0 game. But seeing them with the full squad is going to be cool because this is, you know, the first GC where we're seeing some of the map changes, we're seeing some of the agent changes coming into play. You know, we already saw them just chamber crutching on every possible map that they could in the past. I expect that to continue, especially with when we're looking ahead. The chamber trip buff is gonna be coming in later down the line, which is pretty exciting. But yeah, I mean this team has just been great all year. They've been really consistent. They play a really unique style. They've played more of like the chamber, a lot more like single duelists than some other teams do. But they execute on all of that really, really well. Have some crazy aimers. It's just a matchup where if you're at all a fan of GC, you've probably watched it 3 times already, and you know why you should be excited to watch it again.
Yeah, they've also been helping define some of the meta. A lot of the ideas, like we saw with like the chamber on Ascent ideas that G2 and Fnatic have been picking up.
Baby Bay's just a really big Wadada fan.
He's a big Wadada fan, you know? They were doing it way first. But let's go ahead and move on. Check out where we're going to be heading today for this series. Looks like starting things out on Lotus here, followed by Icebox and Sunset.
Yeah, I was really hoping for a Corrode in this one, which we're not going to get out because that map I was super like happy when I was watching Shopify play it with like their double smokes look. Not going to see that one today. Instead, we go a little bit more standard. What I'm seeing here is the number one thing sticking out to me for Wadada is you have 2 absolutely prime chamber maps in the pool with both the Lotus to start out and the Sunset. They love running it there. Little interested to see what they're going to have going on the Icebox. That's a map that they don't play a ton of. It's been, I think, like 3 months since we've seen Wadded out there. So going to be interesting to see if they change up their comp a lot, if they stick to the chamber, or maybe go to some different look on Icebox.
Yeah, and they should know what to expect out of Shopify. Shopify actually switched up and started running the Sage again on this map. That's something that they stole a little bit out of the Flyquest playbook. I say stole, you know, when Dodo comes over to the team. Dodo just wants to play Sage. So that's going to be a fun look for Shopify over there. Has always been a strong map for both Dodo and Shopify.
But Christy, what you're discounting is that in the Funhaver GG Mad Scientist event, they ran an Astra Harbor, and that definitely wasn't an event with agent bans, and that's definitely real and what they're going to play, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And Dodonote was on the Rays, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Which
that
is
sounds like a really good comp.
choice on Icebox. As we
Yeah,
all
they
know.
actually they lost this map and they were playing against a Deadlock, Clove, Gecko, Sage ISO team.
they
So
were
I think
playing
Shopify are
against-
cooked.
They were playing against the Dinglers, who we all know is the greatest team to ever
Yeah,
grace
Gary
Icebox.
DeSnail is just too good, is what it looks like to me when I check VLR. I watched
Okay.
the game for sure. I did my prep.
It really sounds like you worked hard to prepare for this one. Talk more seriously. We have seen them playing this map in Challengers. It was one of the ones they won in that win they got over TSM, and they're just playing default, old-fashioned, no duelist on this map, which I'm super happy about. I love the Omen comps. I'm so happy that teams are remembering. I don't know how they forgot that Sage is actually very good on this map and lets you plant very easily and retake very easily and has crazy high value. But here we are. We're back into a joyous world.
Yeah, only one team has never forgotten the Sage, and that's Fnatic. And I know Mel is in the school of Fnatic, so that's something that
we
won't
thank
go lost
Fnatic
on her.
for their service for that one.
Thank
quite
you,
honestly.
Fnatic. We appreciate it. But before we get to the snowy tundra of Icebox, we have to head over towards Lotus, Mimi. The scenic, panoramic shots. You forgot how beautiful it can be. Now, this is about to be a war zone. We have to understand that for all the beauty, this is about to get very serious. Again, these teams playing not for main event berth, but for to go 3-0, to be one win off. And honestly, it's always a banger with these two teams. You know, Wadada and Shopify are forever finalists.
True. You're selling the match. You're also seemingly just you're nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday posting with your pitch on Lotus. Here's your agents popping up though. And it's not too surprising. Wadada is gonna stick to their guns with the chamber comp here. But combining that one in with the deadlock, we saw a lot of teams picking up the deadlock on more maps across Masters Toronto. I think if you're an Americas viewer, you have seen a lot less of that, but I still really like where deadlock is. I think she fits a great place in double sentinel comps, especially here on Lotus. You get a ton of value off of almost having a second initiator tool in that refreshable net, plus just the great stall and post-plant utility that she brings to the fold. And on top of that, Chrissy, it's just a super comfy agent for Astralis who loves playing that deadlock.
Yeah, you're going to see that deadlock on quite a few maps for Wadada. Wadada as a team, like, have these comfort picks, like the chamber and whatnot, that they'll just go into and beat you with because they're so good on them. Whereas on the other hand, for Shopify, it is worth pointing out that Alexis, you know, has gone for a bit of a role swap into the stage, right? Has been playing so much Sentinel for the team, with Shopify making the shift away from playing the double initiator comps.
Where they're like, oh, we need to do a major role swap, we need to make a change. It's just that, like, we're in a position where solo initiator is meta, and she's the most flexible player who can just hop on over. You're seeing that with a lot of players across GC, across VCT as a whole, where, like, Flash initiator players are, by and large, having to learn Sentinel if they want to survive the vibe shift.
Absolutely, and I talked with Alexis a little bit during week 1, and she was like telling me how comfortable she felt playing on the role, how it was like kind of nice, you know, not to be in breach jail for a second. She's sad about the nerfs to the breach that just make it far less viable than it once was, along with all the other changes coming into the meta. But that Vise is incredibly powerful on Lotus without a doubt. And it is time for our first match of the day. Wadada and Shopify Rebellion, a finals rematch. If you're not excited, get out of here. If you are excited, stick around. This is going to be great.
Or you could, if you're not excited, you could just, like, become excited and then we'd let you stay.
If you're not excited already, you're lost. You don't get it.
Sad. All right, here we go, though. SRG posture over towards C to start this one off. Something I'm going to be keeping track of a lot this half is how Wadada is switching around the Sentinel setups and where Starbound is trying to get aggro on that chamber. They're going to start off over towards B on this one. It's a very early wall thrown down. Going to get broken pretty much instantly here from Shopify.
Yeah, the fact Shopify already have 3 players here to bust that down is pretty good look for them. You can see that Starbound did creep up front B to be on top of Switch for a potential refight here. Juna moves over with the Paranoia in hand if Shopify were going to commit into the area. But it looks like Shopify just taking their time dealing with the util for now.
Still posted on this front B angle is Starbound. It means the rest of the team can lean this 2-2 setup on A and C as Shopify are going to head back into A, start to work this re-clear into 2.
Noia jumps up on top of Root. 4 players ready to swarm Femboy and Power Pixel. Early Haunt doesn't see anything, and this is about time for Shopify to pounce. Nade into the corner. There's nowhere really for these Shopify players to go. That nade does a lot of damage, but as a matter of fact, no one goes down on Shopify, and with Alexis finding this pick into front B, everything goes down into Femboy, in towards Broken, damage down onto the other side, but these players are crumbling. Shopify Rebellion overtake the site, even with some good work out of Juna. Shopify take the pistol.
We set up this game talking about Alexis swapping onto the role, and if you think about that, I think a lot of people focus on how it changes your play on defense, how you're more self-sufficient as an anchor. But it is a very different style on the attacking side in particular. You are in positions where you are alone. When you're playing the breach or playing the sky, a lot of the time you're going to be like a second entry, going really early in, just trading out your duelists. When you're playing the Vice or something, you have to be way more proactive, just playing that lurk. And Alexis does really well to pick her timing, get that pick, and they get a great pinch onto the B site to win the pistol as Wadded on the eco. I'm going to fight towards A bit here.
Yeah, Shopify not stepping up on that early, but yeah, I totally agree. This front B is going to be Alexis's domain. She even has the pistol this round to lurk a little bit more freely, not risk giving that over. But Wadded have crept up front of A, front of C as well. But Shopify are waiting for it every single which way. It doesn't matter. One kill is all Wadded will find.
Nice one from Noya there on the contain. She had a lot of impact in the pistol round too. Instead of coming through Breakdoor with her team, stuck around over towards Rubble and managed to continue to cut that rotation. Works super well as a lurker. When you're watching Shopify's attack side, a lot of what you're going to be looking at is where Noya and Alexis are getting on these lurks, how much they can get embedded forward and give Mel options later in these rounds.
Yeah, Noya will be all over A. Alexis looking into front B. Checking out the armors. There are a couple half armors for Wadada that Noya could potentially farm, but with the Soul Deadlock playing towards A, the real fight will be for this mound space. Shopify Rebellion taking 2 into front B, getting ready to work over and punish this 4 stack of Wadada. If this goes poorly, it could be a disaster for Wadada. They have to wait for these smokes to go down, for the door to be open. Paranoia is to follow in. Shopify Rebellion are here to play, and a couple kills go their way immediately. Wadada fall. They crumble. Starbrown teleports away, dodging out from the fight.
Starbound going to try and stick around. If they can get a pick or two, they can get back into this round.
That utility is so good, but still a kill on the other side. 1 for 1 isn't going to cut it. It's just Astralis now. Astralis has to move quickly before this fight goes down. Mel is holding for it. A 3K for the IGL and a 3rd round for the Rebellion.
Every bit of that round was so thorough from Shopify. Go for that early walk-up B, and as soon as they make contact, Mel has a Paranoia ready to rip. The door is getting opened, and it is just an absolutely brutal crossfire for Wadada to deal with. Wadada's a team who loves going for those kind of aggro plays, especially when they're playing the chamber on defense. They like to, across most of their chamber maps, play a lot of 4-1, play a lot of those kind of aggressive looks, but Shopify has played them so many times. They are one of those squads that's going to be very prepared to deal with that aggression, and finding the right balance between being too passive, too aggressive is what you're looking to find with a defense like this.
All that wall is a bit for nothing there. Shopify have just been holding this space. I like these high angles Shopify have been playing with. Mel seeing over that box into Mount. That'll be an easy kill for her. I actually don't even remember a time I've seen someone playing that angle. But very good for watching this walk up from Wadadon. A bit of anti there. We know Astralis and Starbound both like to creep into the space.
Yeah, Wadada are New Yorkers. They're walking
They're
here.
walking here.
Yeah. Is this something?
I'm not sure if that's actually factual. We can fact check that, see if anyone's actually from New York. They're certainly walking. I will give you credit on that.
Thank you.
Walking
I'll take
towards
the
A.
wins I can find. Yeah, not really anyone home here. Shopify's gonna pull the
man.
trigger on a pivot in towards B, and it's wide open.
Actual pump fake juke. NBA 2K. Ankles broken from Wadada. Spike will go down and no one's here to stop it.
Not much to
Paint
get
shell
back in
now
on this
into the
retake.
site. Yeah, I'm not even sure how worthwhile it is to play for kills here. Power
Might just
Pixel's
be
a couple off the
the
Nightfall.
spike kind of angle.
Yeah, there is a Paranoia. That's a little committed. Femboy now into the site as a first kill. But, yeah, Shopify lose virtually nothing and take a 4th.
Hey, silver linings. Dodo is still 1 off of her ult. Didn't get 2 kills in that post plant, but
Ah,
something
yes,
tells me
okay.
Shopify's gonna get that one up, and this snowball is about to start rolling. For
Can I give you a real
Shopify.
silver lining, Mimi?
Okay.
Operator in the hands of Starbound.
No, that is a real silver lining.
Can I give you a better silver lining?
They're 1 off ult. They're gonna have it next time.
Tech
pause.
pause. This means
Is that-
plenty of time for Wadada to consider the situation they're in. 0-4 to start it
Wow.
out. Big buy round for them. They can't talk to each other, but the wheels will be turning up in their noggins.
The wheels in their noggins. You know, I kind of wish we never figured out what the brain was, and we could have just believed that it was like the 1800s, and we all had little machines turning cogs in our head.
Wait, you don't have a little machine? I actually have a little man in a machine in my head, and he's like pedaling. It's like, have you ever seen that episode of Black Mirror where they're biking, and you don't know
Yeah.
why they're biking?
There's
I
just
think
a
there's
man in
someone in
there.
my head that's just biking to power
Okay.
me.
Do you think if you were alive in like the late 1700s, would you have fallen for the Mechanical Turk? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. No, I'm familiar.
For
I'm
the
familiar.
audience, okay, it was a like late 1700s. I don't know the full lore, but it was like I think like a chess playing thing. It was like they sold it as a robot that knew how to play chess, and we're like, it's super intelligent, and it's this like future computer that can play chess for you. But it turned out
That sounds like
there
AI.
it was like AI, but it turned out there was just a guy in the box who was moving the pieces from the inside, who was the one playing chess, and it was all just a scam. But to my question, would you have fallen for it?
First of all, I absolutely would have fallen for it. Second of all, how are we sure that artificial intelligence in current year is not just a man in a box telling us things? Like working
don't wanna-
overtime.
I don't want to get too into discourse, but I mean, when they're training these like AI model thingies, a lot of the time it is people having to like fact check and like approve or deny things to like get it in the right direction. So it's not to the same extent, but there's definitely some human intervention needed.
Yeah.
Not quite a man in the box.
Hey,
but
and
I
you
don't
know
know
what,
how
Mimi?
it works. Yeah.
We can see how artificial intelligence works in our second series
What a
today,
segue.
because artificial intelligence is a team in North American Game Changers. They're going to be taking on Flyquest Red later on this very stream, if we ever get there, because again, we are sitting in a tech pause right now.
There's
If you
a world
can't
where we never
read,
get there.
yeah, this is for the radio cast, for everyone just like, why are we talking about AI? Look at the screen, or again, if you can't do that, if you're listening audio only, first of all, shout out you. You're the real ones. We're in a tech
Dude,
pause.
I'm a fan of audio listeners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
like
listen
it.
to like sports ball on the radio,
Yeah, I
don't you?
love the baseball radio broadcast. It's like my favorite thing of just like sitting on the front porch and listening to a baseball game. Because the thing that they won't tell you is that like TV is actually the most expensive thing that humanity has created. And if you want to be, there is no legal way to get to watch MLB for any like actual affordable costs for in-network games. Whereas you can listen to the radio for like $15 a year of any game anywhere. It's great. Shout out to the radio. Guys, I know our audience is like 18 to 25, but listen to the radio. It rules. NPR
Radio's awesome.
rips. Big fan.
You know, I used to have to listen to the radio all the time back when I owned a motorized vehicle. Unfortunately, it was built in 1988, so it didn't have an aux cable. I know there were
But what
times
did your
before
car
aux cable.
have, Chris?
Oh, it also didn't have Bluetooth. Again, there were times
Yeah.
before Bluetooth, but it had the radio, and it had a touchscreen from 1988. We're talking Pip-Boy from Fallout, green text. It was fire.
I mean, that kind of
miss her.
Yeah.
I
it's a
miss
shame
her.
that she died. Rest
Yeah.
in peace. Rest in peace. I had to rent a
Well-
car, and it has like a giant iPad in it, and it's like, I don't like it. I don't think cars should have giant iPads in them. I feel like it's
Yeah.
I feel like it's a liability to have a giant screen in your car. I don't think they
Well,
should.
I think it's
be allowed to
problematic
do
if
that.
the person driving, again, motorized vehicle is an iPad baby. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want my driver tapping away at their iPad.
Yeah, I mean, have you've been in the back of the Uber and they're like they're on their iPad, they're tapping away. You don't know what's happening. Are they watching the road? It's tough to say.
It's really impossible to tell. Although you can't complain about that, because didn't you hop in one of those driverless cars at one point?
I did. I wanted
You
to try
sicko.
it. in Los Angeles. It drove better than the average Los Angeles Uber driver, to be honest. I was actually impressed by its competency. I was kind of scared because it was like by how quickly it felt normal. Like after like 15 minutes, it was like, I'm just in a car. This is fine.
Honestly, that's
And then I'd
every
look
time
over
we
and I'd be
cast
like,
together, Mimi. I'm impressed
Yeah?
by your competency.
Wow, that means the world. I didn't crash the cast into the into the side of the road or whatever.
Even though you are a bit of an iPad baby, you know? I'm worried. Like, do you have a second monitor open, you know?
I do. I'm
Scrolling
looking at you on
VLR
it.
frantically.
I do have VLR open. What can I learn? That's how I learned about the Funhaver GG Mad Science Invitational.
Yeah, that's a big one.
which
Yeah, give us
was big.
another fun find from VLR while we sit here and wait. Otherwise, I'm
I
gonna have to
didn't
start
hear
going
about
into
this.
I played ARAMs with some of Shopify discourse, which is that's like for a 10
That's actually
plus
more
minute tech
topical
pause.
than my thing.
Okay, I mean,
I almost
sure,
feel like we should go to
I'll
that,
give the ARAM
'cause
story.
The Funhaver GG thing was just like interesting because it was like a tournament with draft in it for Valorant, which like you know, Riot's talked about maybe one day down the line there'll be draft in this game, but who knows? There'd need to be a lot more agents, but I think it's something that it's like would obviously be troll if you implemented it now, but at some point could be very cool. I think games
Yeah.
that have draft in them make for really interesting stuff, and you know, it makes you have to prep more. It makes the game a little more
I think
difficult.
the problem
a little
with
more
the
fun.
draft is how many draft dodgers there would be in Valorant, because you know your favorite agent gets picked away or banned from you, and then you just
Yeah.
dodge the draft.
So many people not signing up for selective service when Jet gets banned from their game. Tell me
No,
about
you
your,
can't
your
play Jet or
ARAM
Clove
story,
this
though.
game. You have to play Killjoy. No, I'm out.
Okay, for the record, a little update on the tech pause. We're waiting on a player to resolve their issue, something computer related, one must assume.
Well, that's better than personal issues.
Yeah. The person is not broken, their computer is. But it seems like they're reconnected, so we're waiting on ready checks. Really quick, ARAM story, go.
ARAM story wasn't anything special. I just played some ARAMs with Mel and Sarah. Mel, I'm gonna be honest, struggled out there. But she was the fearless leader. Sarah might be the best gamer of all time. Sarah's gangplank, absolutely elite, dominating in the server.
Can you explain
much
that in
like,
Valorant terms?
Like, Sarah's gangplank is like her Sova.
Okay.
Insane util, insane abilities. That's the pitch. And we're back into the game. Another mound fight looking like. Remember, 4-0 start for Shopify, but this is the first time we're seeing the operator in Starbound's hands.
And already pushed back on the lurk. Dodo down early, and so too is
Okay.
Alexis. Very nice from Wadada.
The tactical tech pause working wonders for Wadada. That spike has to be recovered by Mel, and already it's going to come down to Mel and Noya on the Outlaw. Not the best look here, although, actually, I'm trying to do the math here. I think only 2 of the 4 players are one shot to that.
Yeah, Strauss is going to live with, like, literally, what, 1 health to make it
Yeah,
through,
you can
think?
see my struggle there. 42 and 96 are 2 numbers that should
No,
never
actually,
be
I
combined.
think that they die. Because it's 140.
138. Yeah, you're right. See, that's
Yeah.
why math is so hard.
I can't believe we both failed a basic addition problem. That's tough.
I mean, it's
Here we
been a
go.
while since I had to do a math problem that wasn't
Yeah.
aided by a calculator.
Do you not do your taxes?
30 seconds left.
I mean, I bust out the Texas Instruments for that, you know?
Do
My
you still have a
TI-84.
TI-84?
I wish, honestly. That was gas. I'm not going to lie.
Were you not required to, like, buy one when you were in high school?
I did, but I don't know where mine is anymore. Little exec inte. Yeah, it's cooked for Shopify. No shot. 3 on the round for Power Pixel. The actual calculator for Wadada.
Yeah, that was a really good round to bounce back. And there you see the aggression working perfectly. You saw Starbound get pushed off that early line over towards C and is immediately repositioning towards B. There's a crossfire in position to punish Shopify's walk up over there, and then a nice reclear play as well. That was a classic Wadada round. Gets them in control. But now the ult snowball is starting to happen, and this one looks like it might just be a bit of a quicker round over towards B. You got the Fade ult, got the Raze ult. Yeah, can rip that and have an easy bomb site here.
Yeah, Mel noting that, hey, Wadada have not played B aggressively literally ever, so we can just bust into that site, maybe take some forward space with the rocket from Dodo. A little counter nightfall there, but Power Pixel is destroyed. Quick rotates now from Wadada as the door is tapped. A little pinch to come in, but Starbound hasn't quite found an angle. Alexis just playing right on the edge of that door frame. Denies the shot in from Starbound.
The lurk up here might get caught from Noya. Timing's good for Astralis, and that'll open things back up for Wadada.
The other 3 players from Wadada, though, getting pushed away from this water angle. The rest of Shopify clearing out of the space. Astralis still in this lurk position. Dodo is able to manage to kill on sight. While Astralis is finding some on the other side. The rest of her team is going down. Astralis can't connect on the ultimate. Now in a 1-on-2 with so many angles left to defend against, and the time starting to dwindle away. Astralis has almost no chance. Sarah quick on the swing for 3 on the round, and Shopify are right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, the simplest of rounds for Shopify there, the double ult into B. I did like the idea to try and rip the counter Nightfall and shoot the Raze out of the air. That decay was almost enough to get across the line and win that duel against Dodo, but it's kind of a failing endeavor all in all to hold that site. And instead comes down to the retake, where Shopify's players on these lurks are just doing so much to buy time, pressuring back towards Rubble, and Mel teleporting over there late round 2 to be able to help out in that fight. As it's going to be another timeout, this time tactical for Wadada as they're sitting down 5-1.
Yeah, a couple things Wadada probably thinking about. First of all is how to put a little bit more threat onto the B site, so similar things like this just can't happen again. But I also wonder how they approach these B retakes in general, because I think it's very easy to just get like funneled in. You know, once Starbound didn't get the pick in B main and there's no threat of the flank coming in, it's a little bit awkward to make it back into the space.
Yeah, I did like what they were showing in some of the earlier rounds where I think in even that one they had a player who was fighting out from C Mound to try and pinch the players in main. There's only one person there, and you lose that gunfight, and then it's just it's kind of cooked. You lose that avenue of approach. But if you're able to do that with, you know, an extra player there, trade things out a little bit more, that could apply some pressure. Not huge change-ups coming through. Instead, just putting down that trip on B, and instead another fight coming towards Mound.
Late call from Wadada. Starbound going to be smoked off the angle here. Haunt is broken for them, but it's Femboy to secure the kill. Femboy jumps back out of the space. Starbound is still here on the line. Takes down Dodonut, and that's a huge point of pressure eased away from Wadada now.
Yeah, second time for SR you've seen Dodo go for a bit of a jump, get caught by this. Oh, but it's Astralis on the other side, caught by Noya. I don't think Astralis thought that Noya could get up quite that far behind the wall, but able to just jump through a gap and make it work.
Little pocket to play in there. Made excellent use of, but Shopify really selling an A fake, it seems, right now. Mel is still worked into the B space, but there is a trip stopping her for the time being. Noya's going to pick up that orb, puts her one off of the ulti, so the pit can go down to the post plant. That's exactly what they're going to look for with the B finish.
But they have the rocket for Femboy. That's going to be the critical tool to get back through this pit on yet another B retake for Wadada.
Will Starbound be able to find anything with this op? Now with the pit in their face, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Probably has to switch to the secondary now. But like you said, it'll all be on Femboy with this rocket getting into the pit. One kill will be necessary, but if it's on Noya, that opens up the entire site. Paint shells to start things out, and here goes Femboy, but there's just a 1-for-1 on the rocket, and Noya is still here. Absolutely nothing left to be done. Power Pixel up on top of the site. Can't find anything with the spam, and now back down into the bottom of the pit. Mel is there to secure the round.
Really great recovery there from Shopify Rebellion. Getting the pit down in the post plant just makes it so brutal for Wadada to try and win anything on this retake. The op is just too cumbersome to get back through, and Shopify do a great job of getting proactive in that pit, being in positions to defend their Viper and winning out on yet another post plant. These B retakes have been, what, like 3 of the last 4 rounds for Shopify have been off of winning those out. So I think you're looking for Wadada to be a little bit more proactive in B main, try and stop it from coming down to these retakes every time, as you do see that shift to 3B this round.
Typical default from Shopify, the 2-1-2, playing the high angles with Alexis looking at B, Mel over that box on C, knowing that Wadada do like to get a little bit more New York style on these ecos, go for their little walks just like that. Astralis knocked out by Noya.
They have an embed in front B, but Shopify's not really bothered by that. They have their pick on A. They're comfy to just group and go for a hit here. Don't have to overcomplicate this round whatsoever. That break door still shut, means that rotates are going to be a little bit tough to come in on A. It's only going to be Starbound and Power Pixel to hold.
That sees connects, but now with the paranoia coming down, Wadada have to vacate the site. Just Starbound down into drop. Maybe something to be done with the Sheriff. That'll be a first for the Senti. And still, Shopify Rebellion haven't committed into the site. They're going to tap the door, move back over to the B side. But this time, Wadada are anticipating a little bit more. Femboy will be here with the Stinger.
30 seconds left.
Broken only now, just going in. So what can Femboy accomplish? The rest of Wadada moving back over into the space. 3 players now ready to intercept Shopify Rebellion. Smokes are still up in their face. There's nothing that they can actually see. Femboy the first now into the site. And we'll be able to connect on to 2 kills. A one-on-one now for Power Pixel. 3 bullets left in the chamber. Moya on the offline, receives and takes them out. Shopify Rebellion with another.
Noya is such a thorn this game thus far. She does such a great job of, well, playing this A lurk that, you know, you see pretty standard thing for a Viper to do. I think she positions really well on when she's choosing to actually rotate in with her team and when she's sticking around and holding late. In that round, she's basically just chilling out towards Rubble till so late in that round. Punishes the rotate from that chamber coming in through the revolving door, and then is still in position to come in quick enough and play that clutch expertly in the one-on-one. And that's been a theme in these B retakes. Noya locking down A and meaning there's only 1 or 2 avenues to actually retake for Wadada.
Wadada seem a little bit lost onto what the answer is going to be. Have stopped going for their aggro plays. Now with a much more reserved approach on C site. A couple of sound sensors for Femboy to play off of here. Shopify Rebellion get ready to pounce. There's a Steel Garden to get into the site, and they're taking the fight early. Astralis gets some damage, but that's all it's going to be. Femboy in no position to assist. Those sound sensors doing nothing now that Astralis' cold body is laying on the ground. And even a flank to come in is going to be shut down by Noya ratting it away in spawn. Doesn't seem like there's anything for Wadada to accomplish. This a buy round for them too. And just waiting, hoping that someone steps into their crosshair. But with Alexis connecting on a good flash, Femboy's left alone, and that'll be the round.
Shopify just 1 step ahead right now. You think B's your biggest problem? You stack 3 players there. Shopify's heavy pressuring towards A. You bite on that fake. Next round, you switch things up. You play a more passive setup. And that's the round where Shopify is just ripping this hard execute. And those executes are so tough. The combination of the Thorns going down towards CT and Water with that ultimate means if you're trying to run, you are taking so much damage from the Thorns. You might even get caught by Dodo on the entry. And if you're staying on site, you don't have a gun, and you're going to get killed either way. There's nothing Wadada could do despite the Sentinel utility there to anchor things down. And the second time this half, they're calling another timeout.
Yeah, I think very reasonable here. If I was sitting there, I'd also be very frustrated with what just happened on the C site. I think even if just Femboy and Astralis had flipped positions, so it's Femboy peeking from out behind Bend and taking the first contact, that way, even if your first player dies, you still have the sound sensors online. Astralis just went down there and wasn't able to play off of any of her own utility. So Wadada will be forced onto the eco, and Mimi are really just looking for any sort of hope that they can bring this back competitive in the first half.
Yeah, it is getting really grim at this point. They've used a lot of their tools in these kind of one-off rounds. They don't have a big ult play they can hope for. It might just come down to guessing right on this eco, hitting a couple banger shots, and they could have a chance for it. There is looks of possible fight here towards A, but Shopify's never kind of sent a gambit towards A. It's always these slower looks. Noya holding with the Outlaw, ready to contain.
Shopify usually so patient. Mel ready to call away from early aggro, but Noya just faces through that smoke, not a care in the world. The rest of Shopify coming in behind her. Good shots to follow through from Shopify, and what looked like an A stack for Wadada, all these players have just been pushed away. That site's open.
It's giving Leaf watching Noya play this game. The Outlaw abuse, the very well-played A-lurks, the
Wait, hold on.
consistent
Leaf
presence.
hasn't played on the stage in a while. Have you seen
Hold
Leaf
on.
and Noya in the same room?
Now that you mention it, I never have.
That's
Wait a
crazy.
minute. And Game Changers Championship, that was not scheduled concurrently with Wait a minute.
Wait, hold on. Can we get some Reddit sleuths on the case? Investigative journalism isn't dead. We have to get to the bottom of this. And, well, Shopify Rebellion have gotten to the bottom of this round 9-1 to start things off for this squad.
Yeah, you can see they're just confident at this point. Noya swinging right through a smoke to get that opening pick. Feeling good for Shopify. And now 9-1. It's going to be another op-up. I think the maybe fourth round this half, they've actually had that as an opportunity. And Starbound, where they've gotten 2 picks, neither has been particularly impactful to actually pull off one of these round wins. Hoping for something different here as they join up with the rest of the team, prime towards A. Shopify, looks like they actually want to go this time.
It's time to get something done. A showstopper ready for Femboy. Quick double satchel into the corner. Dodanut aggro on these lines. That hunt connected onto every single player. Paint shells to shove Wadada away from that early aggro. They had 4 players here, but hold on to no space.
There.
Yeah, that's great for Shopify. Look at the tools that they hold on to. All they used for that was a haunt and Dodo's nade. Now they have all of these ultimates ready to just rip towards A.
That wall taken down early. Couple sound sensors on site, but again, Mel is so willing to pivot back into B. It is just Starbound with an operator, but this heaven line is always smoked off, and this time, it's a little bit of another pump fake. Wadada getting the read on this, as a couple players have been left near switch. But with no resistance on the B site, that spike still makes its way over there. And it's all going to come down to the Rebel fight. A showstopper to re-clear is nice, but it doesn't get the kill. Sarah gets one before falling down. B site's a disaster. And now Dodo has a showstopper of her own. Shopify Rebellion have found every single answer into this Wadada squad. And this one just wraps, Mimi.
Tuna gets 1 kill, but in a 1v3, how much hope is there to actually get back into this site? Players ready to swing, and Tuna, no chance in that round. Shopify, they are pivoting into B late there, and despite that, they're doing it with only 2 players. There were 3 players ready to fight in crossfires on A for that reclear, because when that Nightfall hit, they knew there was 3 players there. They heard another on a rotate. They knew exactly what the entire setup defensively was for Wadada, and kept players in the perfect position to punish that one. And well, the spike just got to waltz into B completely free. And that's going even earlier back to the conditioning of these like back and forth fakes into B that Mel has been running all game.
And also remembering the last B post plant that Astralis walked into there and got the re-clear. It's the same look for Shopify Rebellion, this time jumping up on top of Rubble. And it's the same look in the sense of kills too. Shopify Rebellion are unstoppable. Astralis the last one left here, but I mean, Mel is letting them know as well.
Oh my.
Unreal scenes. Starbound just left to watch their team fall. No fakes necessary this time around. The plant goes into A. Shopify Rebellion aren't even looking at Starbound. The Steel Garden won't shut this off. But it doesn't even seem to matter. Just been lights out, Mimi.
That it has. 11-1 primed on this half. Shopify really just looked perfect there. Lurk players were great. They picked the right times to change up and go for faster looks. Dodo was getting some good entries, and I mean, Noya is just playing a lights out game. It was an easy half, or at least that's how Shopify made it look. 11-1. And this is Wadada's map pick, and historically one of their best maps.
I didn't want to say it, you know, because it just... It's a bit of a sour taste, especially heading into Icebox, where Shopify have looked excellent on every stage they play.
Yeah. And, you know, if you're watching this and you're thinking, like, why were they so excited for this match if it's an 11-1? Go back and look at the previous games that these two teams have played. Every time, Wadada has at least won a map. A lot of the maps have been very close. Historically, these teams are well matched in GC. But today has been a very different tale here on Lotus.
And Sarah's tale, as a matter of fact. 16-5 on the fade. Noya only died 2 times in the first half as well. It has been destructive, but Alexis the one to receive the brunt of Wadada this time. Good setup with the thorns over into tree, and she'll smartly just back away out of the site, buy time for her team to rotate in.
Door being broken. Wadada put a bit of a freeze on it for a second. Now work their way into this A site.
Wow, Sarah is just so confident.
Just swings that drive.
Yeah, because why not? Is able to get that first kill, but PowerPixel responds on site. Things getting a little bit more complicated as Juna runs into 2 Shopify members, takes down the first. She has to stay alive to give her team a chance in this one, and she does. With the rest of Starbound and Femboy succeeding on site, Wadada will take their second round of the map.
Really big from Juna there, holding alone towards Rubble, manages to isolate each of those fights so well and keeps her team in it for just a little bit longer here. As you know, you start to look ahead at what Shopify is going to be doing. Well, you buy nothing, you just wait, you build your ultimates. You only have to win 2 rounds in this.
Oh, you buy
entire
nothing,
half.
you say? Sarah disagrees. Give me Sheriff. I want my ecos.
Yeah, that's fair. She's 18 and 6. I'll give her that. She's allowed.
Alexis, not allowed to play the round, as a matter of fact. Just flatlined by Starbound, and Starbound's gonna yell at the rest of Wadada, get over towards C. Last round we saw Alexis playing alone, expecting it to be the same protocol here on Shopify's Eco. Leads to an easy plant.
Yeah, Shopify are going to be super far away to rotate into this one, so Wadada chilling in a post one. Get to exhibit some of the strong suits of their comp. That's really what you're looking for when you're playing this deadlock. Just get into a post plant, throw down the wall, start to spam out the sensors, and then you have so many layers to break through. You're actually trying to retake in. This time, it's all about the flank for Shopify. It's a power pixel. Okay. Here's the trade.
Good thing Astralis is there. Yeah, no problem. Meanwhile, Noya
1 enemy remaining.
living under fire. Big round out of Astralis. Gets 3 and actually comes very close to having the kidnap ulti online.
Calling it the kidnap ulti.
Wait, what else would you want to call it?
No, I don't know. I guess that is what people call it. But it's like, normally it's like the verb of like, I'm going to kidnap someone this round. But just calling it the kidnap ulti is very funny to me for some reason. But yeah,
I'll go with it. I mean, we could also go like the Spider-Man grab, you know?
I think the real thing is most people just say deadlock ult. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people actually say annihilation. Although in terms of like, there are some ability names in this game that are like kind of cumbersome to say. Annihilation is actually pretty reasonable. Like it's actually a verb too, which is nice.
I just don't think it... I don't look at deadlock ult and think annihilation. I think spider, you know? It looks like a web.
Like a cocoon is what it's giving to me.
It's a cocoon, yes, exactly.
It's about rebirth.
Like a phoenix when your teammates shoot you out of it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Crazy
A little
work.
lurk smoke going on B, put some pressure there, but Shopify have re-cleared this. They know that no one actually got embedded into that B site, so they get to stay posted. 2 forward on A. They get to keep all of their util up on C, and, well, for all the time they've spent walking around this map, Wadada aren't really any closer to finding a solve than they started.
No, but they have managed to figure out where Alexis is playing. 3 rounds running now. Really looking to punish into her site. Femboy was able to slip across the corner, but Juna, that's not the teleport you want to see. Alexis wasn't blind, and now Noya showed up to the party. And it is a party for Shopify Rebellion. Absolutely no chance for Wadada to get into the site.
Yeah, locked out. And the Haunt connects too. That's a free kill. They know Astralis is here, and it's a spam away from getting the win on the board. Shopify 1 round off from locking up this map, and just a great hold on this site. Alexis, I love it. No care in the world about being stuck in the grab net. Just going to sit there, spray away towards main, and guess what? She got her opportunity, got her free kill.
Yeah, Noya's calling like, I'm coming in, I've got you. Well, Alexis isn't going to flinch. Now it looks like Shopify actually want to get a little mound fight cooking. Op for Starbound. True?
Yep.
True? That could bring joy.
That could bring joy. Yes. Cleaning out your house. Does the operator bring joy? Absolutely.
Starbound actually just hoarding ops. Every chance they can get.
Gotta have a few of them. Shopify getting more aggressive this round towards A. They've successfully shooed Wadada away. Now front B re-clear, and Power Pixel shrugs Sarah off. Gets a pick there, and a 5v4 clean opener here.
Yeah, it's just a fade diff, I suppose. Power Pixel winning out on that one. And that was with the spike in hand. Could have been a disaster if they had fallen down. But now with the double swing coming through.
Update.
Oh,
It's a
no.
disaster.
Neither Shopify player goes down. Really? Now Femboy has to come back, grab the spike. Astralis can't even lurk into A because there's a wall right in her face. So she just baits that one out. But it allows the rotates to start coming in. And Alexis is still here with the thorns to delay entry. Taking her time. As more Shopify members creep their way into the site. First kill goes Femboy's way. Mel is here to respond. Dodo still stalling things out on site. We're down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds
Full of paint shells. Now Dodo still here to play. Starbound in trouble. Eases around the corner, but Mel is here. 13-3 devastation on Lotus going Shopify's way.
Annihilation, some would say.
Hey, I see what you did there.
Like from the hit
A
all
wordsmith.
Valorant. Yeah, so true. That's what I define myself as. Yeah, that was just a shellacking of a game. Shopify looked super on point throughout. On the attacking side, they were juggling their lurks very well. They made the right changes at the right times throughout. Just a joyous game for them, and a bit of a tough one for Wadada. They're going into Icebox now. That's historically been strong for Shopify. So for a series that was expected to be a bit of a banger, a bit of a closer one, the team that should be testing Shopify the most, it looks like it could just be another day for Shopify to go home quickly if map 1 was any indication.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough one there. Icebox will be coming up right after the break, and we'll see how quick this series is going to be once we get there.
Who gives you wings?
Well, that was a quick little start there on Lotus, but Mimi, we are heading over to Icebox Shopify's map pick after dominating on map number 1. Is there any hope you can sell me? Maybe opening up some of the history books of the matchup between these two teams, maybe looking into star signs. What do you got for me?
Well, the last time these two teams played Icebox, it was a 13-11.
Okay.
Which Shopify won.
That's compelling.
That's something. It was closer here. But that was also with the old comp that Wadada was playing. They changed recently. The last time they played against Catface to instead drop the Sage and instead pick up the Gecko into the comp, which I don't love that change. I'm a big fan of the Sage on this map. I think Shopify, who have been playing it in Challengers, have looked really good here. So it does feel a little bit grim. What I'd imagine, though, is this is going to be another Starbound Chamber map. This is going to be a map that they're reasonably comfortable with, at least in the past, even though they haven't played it in a couple months. So maybe there's something there. I don't feel like I was very compelling.
No, that wasn't the most compelling. I think the most compelling part of that last game was Sarah going 18-8.
Yeah, that compelled me.
Hold on. Is it possible, can we get a Mimi full screen going right now?
Why?
Like, there is something going on behind you that I think everyone cares about way more than what we're saying, than even the games
Do we have
going
the technology?
on. We can still see it right now, Isma. We don't even need the full
Here,
screen,
I'll
but
move
like,
out my way.
oh
They're
my
working on it.
word. Can you introduce the less evil cat behind you?
That's Calico Cat. Her name is Calico Cat. No, her name is
Calico Cat evil, or?
No, she's pretty chill. Well, she's kind of a criminal on occasion, but she's like mostly fine. Hello. Is it gonna focus on her? Probably not.
I mean,
see, now
I
you see
can
that
see
I'm
her.
wearing shorts on broadcast, which is very unprofessional.
Caught. Me, I would never be
There
caught
she is.
dead wearing shorts. Hi, Calico Cat.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, she's
Wait,
doing
okay, that
tricks
actually
for
rules.
us.
She's doing tricks on it. Hello. She's continuing to groom herself while upside down. That's kind of cool. The joys of remote broadcast, folks.
This is so good.
You
This
don't
is
get
better
this.
content than
Wait, I need
anything
to
else.
cover my face so the camera focuses on her. Wait,
Wait, that actually
camera,
worked.
I don't
That's
exist.
crazy.
Did it actually work?
It literally
Is
worked.
this something?
Yes. Wait, that's insane technology. And Calico Cat is going crazy right now.
Her name is Cali. Her name's not actually Calico Cat, but I like calling her Calico Cat because it's dumb. Just like her. She was a random street cat that
Pause.
just showed
Flag
up
on the
and came
play.
in.
Flag
Oh,
on the play.
Wait, she's rolling.
You can't call Callie dumb.
She is. Most cats are.
This is messed up.
Yeah.
No, I won't stand for this type of slander.
Wait, she's rolling more. Sorry, this is very exciting.
This
Chad.
is
I hope
literally
you're
better than
engaged.
us talking about the game. We're literally just, look, we're waiting time, for our teams to come back and get ready and get into our second match. We do have Icebox coming up next, as we're being rudely reminded of.
She's still rolling around back there, by the way.
Oh my god, that's
Hi,
amazing.
Callie.
If there's another tech pause, I hope that we can pop on over and
pull
get a
up the
little
cat.
Callie check-in.
Yeah. What were we talking about? Valorant?
I think you were talking about Valorant. You were talking about,
yeah.
different relevant things.
I went to pet her and she just bit me, which is why I call her a criminal.
Hey, it wasn't on camera. I don't believe you were bit. You are doing slander to the poor cat.
She did it nicely. She didn't do it too rudely, but there's an inherent rudeness to biting someone.
I don't know.
What do you
It
want to
could be
see
worse.
in Agent Select here for Wadada? Because I'm hoping for the Sage. I'm hoping for normalcy. And okay, that's a little different. They're
The
sticking
Astralis
with
ISO.
the chamber. They're pulling out the ISO, but they are sacrificing some to be able to do this. They're still not going to have a Killjoy in the mix, which does make it a little bit harder on defense to actually deal with containing in mid, because you only have one piece of info utility. So it makes it kind of a pain. You normally have to have someone over there managing, making sure that lurks aren't coming up. But on the attack side, I think this comp is kind of interesting, especially with the undercut buffs. There are so many angles on this map where you can get a ton of value with that. The shield is obviously good just for brawling over A on both sides of the map. I'm pretty interested to see this.
Yeah, I'm also looking at attack because there's certain things you can do. You know, a lot of sages will have like lineups or ideas like to be thrown like back yellow, or even like into B main to stop the retreats of players. So you could have those lineups, combo them with undercuts, and just like sprint players down. So it's like you can't run away, but also you're going to be vulned. And we're just going to beat you out there. But that, of course, requires Wadada showing up a little bit stronger than they did back in map number 1. So we head things into Icebox. Reminder that this match here, both teams sitting at 2-0 currently. Again, for this tournament, you win 4 series, you move on to main event. You lose 4 times, you are out. So winning here puts you just 1 win away from locking up the spot to main event, a place where both of these teams expect to be.
Absolutely. Looking into this first round of the game now. You're going to see very standard stuff for Shopify. This is a comp you have seen 18 million times played before, and they are good at it. The focus for me falls again on Noya, very similar to map 1. On this defensive side, she is going to very often be out in front, jump peeking for info on B, having to be the kind of make or break of holding on to this site, and she's going to be tested very early as she spots 2 on the jump.
Fall back, play a little bit off the information of the alarm bot, and sticking in towards yellow because of the nano swarm on the ground gives you a little bit of time to play with, to isolate into these fights. As the orb goes up, there goes Noya on the swing, but Astralis is waiting for it. Now Alexis wanted to enter into the mix of things, but that Sage Wall stuffs her completely.
Drone goes up. Alexis is going to get tagged by that, but the rest of Shopify have arrived to make this retake happen. For Wadada, with the ISO in play, they can choose to be a bit more aggressive. They're going to fight up in this post plant.
And they need to as well. A couple of Sheriffs for Shopify to work with, but they have to wait out the Viper wall. Not much gas left on that as Power Pixel boosts their way into the site. First kill goes Mel's way, but again, Power Pixel has an excellent angle and support from the rest of their team. And the clock is starting to work away. Power Pixel, just 1 kill could be enough. The right clicks do secure the first. And now as the wall is broken down, the rest of Wadada into the mix. Mel left without much support behind her. Juna on 3 takes the pistol for Wadada.
Got very chaotic at the end. Knives are out, just spamming left and right to try and find something. But a very nice post plant from Wadada. With a comp like this, you kind of have to brawl. You have the chamber TP to get away. You have the ISO to fight up with the shield and with that undercut. But you don't actually have a ton of util to stall out the spike. No Killjoy nano swarms to cycle like you would in a more standard Shopify comp. They do really well to find those proactive angles. Power Pixel, I love even they're taking risks on that Sova to lean into that style. It's going to net them second piss around this game, but the first one came in a half that was pretty much already over. So, a much better start for Wadada.
I wonder if this aggro B-look from Wadada is going to be a consistent thing or just a little bit more on these early buys. It does seem very effective. Easy wall plant again. Domination of B main with all of this utility, and Shopify Rebellion forced to flank, maybe even just play for exits.
And I'll say part of the reason why I do think that this comp with the Sage in play is so much stronger than the comp without is that you can pretty much, it's so hard to actually full deny against Sage. Even if you have util ready to spam, even if you're ready to shoot it or throw down mollies, it just has so much health that you're almost always, even if there are players there expressly to deny you, if you have 1 or 2 teammates covering, going to be able to get that spike down. And once you do, you can do whatever you want in your post fight. You can get proactive. You can fight forward. I just think that the Gecko not having those same tools makes it a little bit harder to achieve that same goal. And so I really like Wadada playing this aggro style. As
oh my word!
Round,
I mean, the round's
a few
over.
Too many players, I would say. In fact, all of them. Which generally you don't want to lose any or only a few on your anti-eco.
I think I'm legally obligated to say that's a Red Bull clutch for Starbound for being the last alive when the spike exploded.
Yes.
But that's kind of the worst case scenario.
Yes, the worst clutch you've ever seen. You win the round, but you lose every single gun. They're forcing into this round, though. They're going to be able to get 3 guns, at least, plus a Bulldog in play. Should be able to have a 4th there on Astralis, so they'll have weapons, but if they lose this, and Astralis usually doesn't actually buy the rifle, to get Starbound a AWP in the future, I imagine.
I feel like that's turbo trolling from Astralis, not to just go for the gun when your whole team's forcing to 0. You don't care about an AWP in the next round if you don't have the win in this round to make it happen, and with Juna going down early, that is no smokes for Wadada. That makes going into B so difficult, and yet that's exactly where they're headed.
Yeah, this round already feels a little cooked, to be honest, because they managed to recover that gun, but...
All part of the plan.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Because now they have 4 guns.
The extra gun. Yep, you're absolutely right. But what it means is no smokes, is Noya can just play this angle, and hello, Sage. Spam away. I don't think Femboy's going to get out of this one safely.
A little slow on the drop from Noya, but will secure it at the end. Now, Starbound playing forward. Wanted to have gotten things into a 3-on-3. Dodonut still with the wall herself. Mel with the paranoia. There's some options, but it requires taking down Astralis first. That shield runs out, and that's a big difference now for Shopify Rebellion to get back into the site. That recon bolt hitting a couple players is not going to be good news for Wadada, especially with Sarah on the march.
One enemy remaining.
I'm starting to tick away, but Mel already up into yellow. It's all on to Femboy, but Shopify Rebellion take the round.
Yeah. Almost a turnaround there for Wadada, right? Being able to get those 2 picks while fighting up in that post plant, but at the end of the day, even once it's traded out, they just don't have enough tools with this composition unless they are full fighting forward and getting every pick in the post plant to actually stall out. Once they're pushed back behind yellow into these deeper angles, it is so hard to win because they don't have a lot of actual really great fighting utility to set up re-swings. They don't have a flash, they only really have a Sova dart. At that point they didn't even have the Sova alive anymore, so it just ended up being stuck out in the open, and Shopify winning out the retake with a Sage of their own. That makes it trivial to block off that spike and force people to swing into unadvantageous fights. And because they forced Christie, they're broke this round. And they might have saved some money for a future operator, but they don't want to buy it this round because they just lost the previous. Everyone else is on a pistol.
And that money went into a outlaw purchase that just lost its head in Astralis. So there won't be that purchase, at least not with a bounty of Econ behind it. Outlaw's back.
Was one ult.
The res is used. Still don't know if I love that on the eco. And this wall doesn't even fully block off the site. That's a Shopify wall to allow the quick flood in from screens. 4 players already here and waiting to receive Wadada.
Shadows traveling.
Things slow down a bit. Smoke gets recycled out of Mel. They take their time.
And Shopify's just going to keep doing that. Down goes the Viper Wall, up comes the Omen Smoke. They can cycle this one for days. Wadada eventually just has to make the decision to go, and off the wall fade, I think they'll try and push it this next cycle, but again, there's another smoke ready to stall out.
Sarah even has a dart to try and go for some pings, unless she just rains down hell from above. That'll be a couple kills for Wadada on the entry, but Alexis is still here. Swing around the corner, gets another. Dodo gets the one, but it's all on to Noya. A 1-on-2 with a chance for Wadada keep themselves in it on the eco round.
Flank is very fast, but I believe had to break a trademark to make it up here. No
one's looking at Noya.
That's a free one.
What is going on? 1-on-1 now. Noya versus Starbound, but she's expecting the aggression. Sliding around from above, spamming it away, but Starbound takes the round. A thrifty for Wadada on so little time left in the round.
I didn't catch it. Did you see? Was there a trademark on the flank that round for Starbound? Maybe they just didn't buy it because of money. I didn't quite see it in that one, but either way, no one really catching at the end there, and that does go to showcase when this comp is working how good it can be for Wadada. Their win condition is to brawl and force you into these big team fights on the site, where Astralis can be swinging in with a shield, ready to fast trade, and it works out very well in that round. But if the player didn't whiff in that corner, could have been very different. Here's another brawl though.
Yeah, push up into B main with pistols in hand. Shopify Rebellion trying to recapture some of the magic from that eco on round 2. This time it does not nearly go as well for them, except for Sarah getting a little extra on the way out. Now this fight into mid. Juna comes back down the tube. And I would have thought Wadada would move back towards A immediately after that, instead juggling guns to get those off the map before continuing the round.
You know, they will make that run. Shopify's going to go hunting for guns. They could put a res into this one if they want to. If they can pick up guns, feel they have a chance, there's an argument to invest it.
Unfortunately, those guns are sitting in the icy wasteland off the corner of the map, I'm pretty sure.
Don't worry, just keep walking. You'll find them eventually. Get one of those big magnets that people throw in creeks to fish something out. I don't think they have that.
Or when
this
you go
round
on the
instead.
beach and you're waving it over the ground, maybe they buried the guns. I don't know. Pretty off-site setup. I don't know
Do they
about
need
this.
them?
Player
Our
standing.
Pixel's just walking around, and Sarah continues her domination from Lotus. Juna would now have to be a hero, but the dart even forces her out into the open. Make it stop. Back-to-back thrifties.
Why are we swinging one by one into the Sheriffs? It is a calamity for Wadada. Take the duels against Sarah. You can't do that. No matter the gun, she is not a player to be challenged, and what should have been a surefire round win for Shopify instead ends in massive disappointment. They didn't even need to use the res. Just straight up win it 2v3 with the Sheriffs in hand. And now Wadada Christie is broke going into this next round, and Shopify have retaken control of the game.
Ah. Well, what you don't understand, Mimi, is that this is Wadada's comfort zone. Right? Give them the light buy, play the slow A-pop, win it out in the end, or maybe just run it down mid. That seems to be the setup. Unfortunately for them, Sarah, back boiler, is looking right between the legs of this Killjoy turret. That'll be 2 heads cleanly taken off. Nice shots out of Sarah. And, well, that should just be the round, especially if Alexis gets a little bit hungry for more into mid. Which he very well may do. Only now the orb is going down. Maybe a bit delayed on that one. Wadada had different plans in the post plant for it, I can only imagine.
Oh, your repost towards yellow. For a chance to make a mark on this round, but a little bit isolated.
That's the mark, and a little bait and switch for Sarah to take 4. We're tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, last 2 rounds, 6 kills total for Sarah. Pretty much single-handedly wins in back-to-back ones. Now sitting at 9-4 for the best Sova in the Game Changers circuit. I'd say worldwide. Easy accolade for her to show, and Shopify have tied this game back up now. You look way back at Astralis buying this and that. They were hoping to get an off in the arms of Starbound. Starbound just has enough to buy it themselves now, but that is going to be a tool available. We'll see how that changes things for Wadada as Starbound hoping to creep up, find some behind a pick against these aggro A players.
Yeah, very early drone to try and figure out how Mel and Starbound, or Dodanut rather, have been playing into the space. Mel's sitting up here. And there are some options.
It's you and me.
Get some spam shots, or even just get kidnapped one-on-one in the Shadow Realm. Or Astralis wall goes down, but it's Mel to win it out. And I don't even know if there's position now to capitalize off the kills. A Hunter's Fury.
She's
You know her,
alive?
you love her. Sarah can't miss shots with that ability. And Mel is still here after being snatched away by the ISO 1v1. Gets more kills off the back of it.
And they know exactly where Juna is. This round is done and dusted. You don't want to pick a fight against Mel like that. Juna gets one, but now a flank coming in. Crossfire established. Juna it's a couple, but Noi is there to deal with these problems, and Shopify take the lead.
And that was Dodanut just being in a great position. There were players from Wadada trying to swarm Mel's position when she came out of the ice ult, but Dodanut was just there to guard her body.
You also saw Sarah ripping the Sova ult there as Mel goes into the ult to help protect her as well. So you have a player fighting up, you have a Sova ult pressuring you off, and then Mel gets to escape from the gulag scot-free, goes on to fight another day, and Shopify just brawl out. And even earlier into that round, part of the reason Mel lived, part of the reason they ulted her at all, is because of how much pressure this Omen is providing on A. Even if she's not in that smoke, she's able to constantly refresh forward smokes, threaten that someone is fighting up, and Wadada basically need to use the Sova drone to clear that out. And once they've used that, they get into the site, and it's that same util cycle we were talking about, where up goes the Viper Wall, up goes an Omen smoke, and pretty much perpetually that cycle is going to continue. So this agent just single-handedly makes it so much more difficult to clear through A in a comp that only has one info character, like what we're seeing from Wadada.
I think that this Icebox map has been so much fun to watch Shopify play throughout this year for a lot of reasons. A, you know, just the comp in general, but I also think like this was a map that Dodanut was so good on back with Flyquest with the Sage. Primarily, like that Flyquest team dominated every single A main fight. And I think what Dodanut brought over from that team into Shopify has been continuing a lot of that. Similar ideas, finding differences where they come into play, working into this squad. But you can see even there, it's just so hard to break Shopify when they are contesting the space. And it's similar stuff here with the slow onto belt. There's no way for Wadada to quickly capitalize into that space. They've got to drop down and use this drone to see that there's actually nobody on pipes this time around.
Yay! No Omen smokes to deal with in this first bit of the round. They're going to go quickly into A here, but Sarah on an off angle.
No, you don't expect that angle, especially not when Shopify aren't playing aggro. Juna gets up in front of the wall, but Sarah is still here. That almost looked like a headshot through the smoke. Sarah's just completely locked in. An absolute beast. 3 kills now onto the round. Yeah, just cannot stop her. Or the rest of Shopify for that matter. Now the drone into the pit. Clears away a lot of that info. Probably tells the rest of Shopify that there's a player up on that other corner of screens. 4 now. And now we're on ace watch for Sarah. That won't happen. Mel will secure the round. But Sarah almost is just halfway to the Hunter's Fury again after using it last round.
Yep, literally. Goes up top there, gets the first 2 kills, absolutely no one looking at her. And then she's so quick on these repositions, sees the way that pit is lying down, finds the gap around the left side, calls that to the rest of her team, and Shopify immediately envelop all space except exactly where that pit is, flood in together, and easily win another retake. This looked like the start of a comeback for Wadada, but instead it has been 4 unanswered rounds going in the favor of Shopify.
And Wadada have really adjusted after those early rounds, focusing so much on the B main pressure, which was working. They have just been trying hopelessly to win a fight in this forward A space. And ever since Starbound started buying up into the operator, but this time Mel has one in return. This 1v1 set the tone for the round, and it's Mel to find it. Completely unexpected, and now with the shield nicked away at as well, Mel gets another kill. Oh, it's just devastating.
They're just taking turns hitting clips on A. 1 player at a time. Get a 2K, get a 3K. Lock things down. That second flick from Mel was just nasty. You see the pop up there from Dodo to break the shield, and then Mel immediately takes the opportunity to swing in with the op. Brutal stuff. Now a 3v5 for Wadada. They're going to walk into B, but this alarm bot will be triggered, and Rotates won't be too far away to help out Alexis.
Alexis might even just rip a lockdown if the clock starts.
Yeah, she's in the corner
getting
for it
lower.
already.
Yep, there it comes. And the Hunter's Fury to try and cancel it out. Power Pixel waiting for that one.
They don't know how high it is. That was meant to break the lockdown. Didn't realize it was up top. And now it sticks around. Now all of Shopify is here, and they don't really have time to pivot back into A. That's a big pick, though, for Femboy.
And Noya still back on Snowman. The high-low dish and dive between the 2 players. Shopify Rebellion are always so good at playing these tandem holds over the B space, whether it's on site and Snowman or yellow in sight. I've been completely in the zone on those, and now Juna walking into yet another of those teams. Shopify Rebellion take the round, and really shout out A to the op of Mel and B to Alexis putting the high ult that you caught. There's no way Wadada are ready for that.
Yeah, that is so tough. Because if you're the Sova in that position, there is also a chance that it is just on the ground. And you just lose the 50-50 there. Because when you do the first 2 bursts, you don't get any feedback if you're hitting it or not. So, no way to know. That is
no
a rough way to lose a round.
Feedback.
No. Do you have any actionable feedback for them after that round?
Kill Sarah. Couldn't do it on Lotus. Haven't really done it this game.
Maybe just that'd be a good one.
Yeah, try to work back in towards B. There is an op here, though. First shot went wide. Now Noya back on yellow. Takes the first one down. Wadada are ready for the further swing, but now you look at the guns. Starbound, the 1 hero rifle, and that operator still has support from Alexis. Finally, Mel connects on her shot as the rest of Shopify filter back towards the B site. The round slows down.
I think they want to try and rip a res here. Couple players down, but Shopify still in position to contest. Mel primed to take another angle with this operator.
And look at Spawn. Sarah has worked all the way around on the flank. Wadada have to move forward. There's the res you were talking about. And Starbound on the prowl. Up in kitchen. Dodonut spots the player on danger. And Mel secures the shot. Now that flank coming in from Sarah. Nobody saw it, was out of range. Starbound gets the kill. And now with Dodonut creating pressure, Strauss deals with the flank, all on Dodonut. No real res possible. Would have to go searching for that. There's one top site.
Up.
She's trying to boost for it to get the top site res. Dodonut looking for the clip now. No one swung into the res. And now she has to work for it, but there's so little time.
Enemy remaining.
First one goes Dodo's way. Astralis left 1-on-2. Out into the open. Alexis takes her head off. What a move out of Dodonut. That was sick.
Just needed uppies. Boosts herself into top site, gets that res across the board. No one from Wadada tries to contest, and Shopify getting ahead on those angles too in that 2v2, perfectly playing that one to recover. And that's such a backbreaker. An opportunity to get back in, make this a 6-4 game, try and go even at the half. But now we're right back to square one, and this is a half that is continuing to slip away from Wadada. They're just really struggling to close out some of these post-plant rounds. They can't get into A. It's like, just like map 1, they are running out of options with not a lot of time to recover.
Wadada were up 3-1. Now they trail 7-3. But they have gone back into the early round playbook, trying to dominate the B space. This time, Noya has her gas mask on. Here's everyone coming across. No one's looking at her. No one is ready. And Noya with a chance to pounce. All 5 players in front of her. 1, 2, line them up. 4. It is over. Lights out for Wadada. Noya's on top of the world.
Just despicable from Noya. After playing back yellow, every round goes for it. Now Noya's going to hunt for the ace. The bait is there, and Noya, she's got it. An ace in the books. And a nail in the coffin for Wadada.
Noya plays that perfectly for the iBUYPOWER ace. I mean, come on. Because there were so many moments where you can take the first shot or you go for the early peek, but she waited for
so
all
patient.
4 main players to cross.
Yeah.
And that comes after playing back yellow, back sight so many times. It's the first time she actually stayed forward in that space.
And gets rewarded for it. Last round and a half here. Wadada go back to B, but there's a fight here.
Mel up in front with the paranoia, pushing into it herself. Astralis, though, responds back, but Sarah is still there. Sarah never one to back away from a fight. Still challenging. Just to the secondary, but Starbound is there. Round has started to equalize. Both Noya taking this mid space. Wadada boxed in.
Flank is going to be coming through rather quickly for Noya.
You want to play?
It might
Let's
not be
play.
time to relieve pressure from Alexis.
Spike dropped.
How quickly do they go? Wadada transfer the spike. Starbound now creeps forward as Alexis ready to pounce from the flank.
That trip doesn't catch Noya. It's not in range for the garage walk. No one's ready for it, and Alexis is. First kill for Starbound, but there is Noya. 1-on-1 now. How does Juna want to play it? For a chance to try and keep things close with a 4-8 half. Juna has to win the Viper 1v1. First challenge is just a warning shot. Second is as well. Does she dip back in for more? Noya teasing it up on the rope. She doesn't have the accuracy there. And Juna's confidence pays off. She'll take it.
Switching sides.
Swings 4 times in that round to get a piece of Noya. And pulls it off in the end. Really, credit goes earlier in that round to Astralis, getting the 2 trades back inside of Garage. And Sarah, with a little bit of an overheat, gets punished, puts her team in a rough position. And Wadada, 8-4. That's something. Okay, you win a pistol, maybe you can make some conversation, but it's hard to do so, which is how much that half slipped away. It was 7 rounds in a row unanswered towards the end. As now you start to look towards Shopify, who they themselves playing Sage on Icebox. It's going to be simple. It's going to be a B hit.
Well, Wadada are going to bust out the best of their pistol playbook. That'll be a little bit of a mid play for them, with Juna fairly isolated towards B until a flank can come back in or a couple players can run back from under tube. Shopify have kept it quiet. Not revealing too much just yet. On the other side, Power Pixel stepped forward A and didn't hear anything. I think Wadada might have a fairly decent read of what's going down. Slight angle for Juna to play with on the corner of that smoke. It's a pot shot onto Sarah, and the rest of the team is here. 4 players now for Wadada, but a Sage Wall surely to go in. Femboy gets the first, and a few more go Astralis' way. 3-on-2 now for the defense, and Femboy still lodged into sight. Power Pixel gets a couple to win both pistols now for Wadada.
Very mobile round from Wadada. Early ripping on that mid fight in that set play, and upon realizing that it's going to be a play-in to be there, very instant in making that decision to fight back through under tube and group up there. Shopify, in trying to go for that deep fight, kind of just made it a flip on the duel, and I honestly always am going to favor Wadada playing a comp like this, and also just with the style they like to play to win out in those big team brawls. So that's 2 pistols won this map. The last anti-eco did not go well. They lost every single gun. This one has to be cleaner.
Let's see how they do. Power Pixel solo towards A again. It's rare you see 1-3-1 setups on Icebox, but both of these early rounds, that has been the call for Wadada. This time, quickly adjusting, 3 players moving towards A, ready with numbers. Right into these classics. A little bit labored, breaking onto the dart, and Sarah just runs straight through the smoke. Power Pixel finds a couple of kills, and Wadada continue the challenge onto the corner. 4 kills for the Sova, and a Hunter's Fury for round 3 is a great way to kick things off in the second half.
Yeah, a really nice tool for Power Pixel to find. Starting to get this game under their feet. Looking at the only player positive right now on Wadada, but this is going to be the real test. Based off how they played their money, choosing to get that Outlaw in the hands of Starbound, there's not going to be an op up this round, but they've saved enough to have that in the future. So even if they can do some damage here, get that op up in the next, they are still in a position to build here. But here you can see how they have to play when they don't have this Killjoy. This is a team who's going to be a lot more proactive in fighting into mid.
Ooh. Mel challenging into mid with a teleport top 2. To break this hold from Wadada, but Starbound's waiting for it. The 1-3-1 paying off beautifully for them.
You see Mel is thinking the same thing there. This is a team who's not playing with a turret. I can do so much to pressure into mid. Teleport top 2. Killing her early means not only do they have full info in mid, but now to play from a member up here is Fury getting ripped just into B main. There's no one there to receive it.
Yeah, so Juna was trying to creep up forward with the distraction of the Hunter's Fury. It's a bad read from Wadada, but if players were in B main, I think that play would have cooked.
Fortunately, not today. Instead, it's Shopify looking back towards A, and now Wadada are basically forced to play into a retake with no ultimate available to work back in.
40 seconds left on the clock, but still some room to play with. Donut's got the wall as well, going for a very forward wall, holding on to all of this space and lodging Sarah up in the corner. Now a 5-on-3 as Femboy connects on another kill. But Sarah will be the player Wadada have to deal with. Have failed to do so far in both maps they have faced off against. Good distraction. No one's there for Sarah. 3 kills is gross. And Alexis is still a problem. Dodo is still a problem. This could have been the bonus for Wadada, and still could be. If Astralis can get into the site, can find some way back in.
Time.
Right now, she's just being toyed with. Has to commit to the reload. Time ticking away, as you say. Running forward. There's mollies on the ground. Players in her face. Nothing to be done. Sarah dominates again to keep Shopify afloat. Down 2 players in the post plant.
It's the Sarah and Alexis show, or rather Noya, at least in these 2 maps here. Both of those players have just been outstanding. 20-9 for Sarah this game thus far. So many rounds won almost single-handedly by her, and you talk to Shopify, they're looking to be the team that doesn't rely on the individuals, that has the strategic depth to still stomp on everyone else. But anytime a round goes wrong, to be able to have Sarah just turn around and win it out like that, just a crazy 3K transfer towards spawn. Wadada now back down, Starbound, buying into the Outlaw instead of that op. Hedging on a couple players being on light armor here.
Which is a decent read. Mel and Sarah are going to be on that.
But still, you'd think it would have been maybe a stronger investment for the future to buy the op. Either way, Power Pixel forced back early here towards A.
Hunter's Fury from Sarah. Connects some shots, but will it be a kill? Yeah, of course. It's always a kill for Sarah.
Sarah.
I thought for a moment she had me fooled. Maybe this will be the time she doesn't get the Hunter's Fury kill. Nah, absolutely no way.
Look at the
So
flank
now
already up
Shopify
tube as well.
Up numbers, the flank on the way. Molly's on the spike. The wall's still a problem. There's so much utility to try and stall away. Astralis might try and use this wall to get this spike over to half. Could be a good option. First stick takes it to half, but now the kills start to come in. The flank as well, but the flank is unnecessary. It's just a little bonus in case Shopify didn't get the kills going their way, and they absolutely did.
And of course they do, because first tap comes in, there's a full triple swing, and you know, they're rolling up like the Avengers to eviscerate. This is a Shopify who lost both pistols this map and are sitting up 10-6. Oof.
Not too shabby.
Why'd they
I'd
have
say
to
so
kill the
myself.
snowman, though?
Well, that's why they're
messed
losing.
up.
It's karma. This entire game is just karma. I choose to
Shopify
believe.
killed the snowman.
Oh, that's Shopify?
That was
Well,
Alexis.
it's a comeback. It's a comeback.
Okay.
What can I say?
Call
Yeah.
your ball.
Alexis is just trying to get any frag she can right now. And I'm allowed to talk trash. Okay, when you shoot the snowman, I can talk trash. I can speak my mind.
She also killed a player this round.
Okay. Talk to me when she's on double digits.
Okay. I think she's like, if you count the snowman, she's probably at 10.
Yeah, okay. Maybe she's been killing more snowmans.
Oh,
Trying
Starbound got
to
caught.
bump those numbers. Starbound will be
There'll be
okay.
to punish. Yeah, they're chilling in there.
It's the most cringe way to attack the A site. You don't even take the site. You put a smoke on the left side with the Omen, you put a wall on the right side, and just play back behind all of it. Boy sees Noya up on the top angle, but she'll fall away. And again, just bunker in behind the smokes. Take your time. Wadada now starting to feel the pressure. They've got to bust down the wall. But right behind it is Alexis for the first kill. The dart pings all three players. There's no illusions as to where these players are going to be hiding. And Noya will pounce on that immediately. Another round for Shopify, killing all 5 players and the snowman.
And after showing that super passive far back hold with the mollies to stall out in the previous round there, Shopify is fighting way farther up. They have players top site. If you're Wadada now, you're thinking, okay, if they're on this forward look, we have to dump util early to get rid of them. If they're on the deeper look, we need to save our util to win out. Kind of a lose-lose either way, and figuring out how Shopify's playing their post plan is Wadada gonna call a timeout here. Down 11-6. See what they can cook up. Have an ISO ult to work with. I think we've only seen one of those thus far this game, and it ended in Astralis losing out to Mel.
Surely this is just a Wadada take your fights type of round. Like, we have all the just go 1v1 ults in the game, you know?
The
ISO
classic
ult
we are
1v1.
losing in ranked freestyle round, guys.
Freestyle round. Look, hey, take your fight. Just be in a place where I can res you, please. Like, they should, in theory, have 2 we win the 1v1, or at least can nullify losing the 1v1 type abilities.
Yeah, I mean, with the Sage res too, you could just, off of any info you get, just immediately rip ISO ult from a safe place, and if you lose, you get res. You're still in a 5v5. C'est la vie. Obviously, much rather win that.
That's French for it's the life.
Oh, wow. What an incredible translation for you. Thank you. I didn't think our viewers could get that. What does Tour de Force mean?
That's a good spot.
It's like it's that cycling competition, right? That
Oh, yes,
Neil
of
Armstrong won after he stepped on the moon.
Okay, so there's a lot to break down there. Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, after he did the moonwalk.
It's a
he
shame
did
they
like,
stripped him of his trophies. He's no longer the first man on the moon.
Yeah, he did the triathlon, moonwalk, spacewalk, and then ride his bike.
Cycling.
Yeah. That's a triathlon, I'm pretty sure.
That's so beautiful. What a moment for Big Neil.
What a moment. Well, Wadada have yet
What?
to find their 1v1s.
Mm-hmm.
Shopify are
It's been a
taking
very
their time.
slow round. Shopify slowly walking up towards B. They're going to test Juna.
This is probably the 1v1 you don't want Wadada to be taking. There's no way to res from this position. Now the support does come in. But Shopify are not committing to this. Mel just ulted over to the A site. They fully sell the fake on B. The rest of the team walks in A after they hear the footsteps leaving. What did I realize what's going on? But it's too late. The wall is already down, and that's already the spike planted.
But that's an opener for Starbound. Rips the head off of Alexis. Now an Ice Vault to work with, but there's the res back in.
Yep, and look at the lurks. There's a lurk through B from Noya. Sarah's walking up into mid as well. She will fall, but the second lurk, no one will be waiting for it. Noya has a chance to bust open this round with the jump being missed. The fights aren't coming in quickly enough. Wall to try and stick the spike, but already broken down. Now the lurk starting to activate. Kills going Wada's way. Spike stuck to half, and they're sticking it through. Finally killed, but Noya is dealt with a quick pivot. 180 degrees from Juna to take that and the round for Wada.
Well, they fully bite on the fake, but thanks to that early pick from Starbound and some really great trading when they fight back into that one, Wada finally break the streak of gun rounds that they have been losing here. It's 3 in a row at last count. And I do want to see more rounds where they're being willing to take these brawls, being willing to go a little forward. You saw there, Shopify was playing super slow, but I think trying to give Astralis opportunities to get picks, get that op in a forward line, really pressure Shopify, force them to use the drone early. These are some of the keys to wrestle back a bit of control in a game that has been so rough thus far.
What Starbound can do. Posted with the op. As a matter of fact, they fall off the line. I'm going to re-challenge up on Belt, but Shopify have already vacated the premises. Maybe an opportunity for Astralis down mid. Trying to hold some of these rotates across, but a good smoke out of Mel will guarantee safe passage for this team.
Everyone makes it back into B.
Look
Yet
at that
again,
spike,
it's the
Mimi.
same idea. Pressure towards B, fake it out, and head back into that A site. This time, it's a question.
Without
Does
an Omen ult,
stay or
though.
go?
Yeah, without Omen ult, there's only 2 players over on that side, so it's a more convincing fake this time. We'll see. 2 players face up. Juna taken down low and will fall away, and already the rotates, but Starbound is waiting. Starbound will be forced to TP back. Already Shopify on the move, but Starbound cannot leave this angle. Needs something. Patient play from Shopify. Noya finding the pick down under tube, and Starbound connects on the site. With 25 seconds left, Wada have made their way onto A. They are set up to stall out and stop Shopify, but not if Dodo wins that 1v1. And now top site, Sarah can see an angle, but the spike hasn't been planted. 10 seconds left on the clock. Femboy's still an issue. Players flooding into the site. But even with this 1v1, Sarah wins out in the fight. The spike goes down onto the ground. And Funboy is left looking at 4 members of Shopify, and it's just not going to be enough. Shopify on series point.
Pure chaos in that fight on A, but Shopify somehow persevere throughout that one. With 10 seconds on the clock, they take the time to freeze for a moment, triple swing into backside, punish the offer, and then trade their way back into control. And I actually think Wada ripping the Ice Vault worked against them there. Sure, it took one player out of the fight, but it meant they were down a member 2 in that brawl, and in doing so, their crossfires ended up being kind of scuffed, and they were just facing into these double or triple swings from Shopify, who so masterfully navigated that low time. As again, it's a forward duel here for Starbound, this time pushed back by the drone a bit.
Starbound being asked a lot in these last few rounds. This time connects. Open already, but Juna will be hanging out on yellow as the rest of Wada walk down into mid. Expecting Shopify to be pivoting back into A, but this time it will be Shopify looking to commit onto this B site. And Juna being isolated here could be a big issue for Wada. That's why they're calling Starbound back into the territory as this flank continues forward. Now revealed by the alarm bot on the ground. Undercut comes in. Wada still on the approach. Here comes Astralis and the rest of the team as the wall tries to stall things out. Shopify have completely turned around, and Alexis knocks them both down. Still, Wada not backing away. Starbound trying to get in front of this smoke. Mel is holding it, but Mel isn't ready. A shock dart kill for Power Pixel. Maybe they can stay in this round. With Dodo and Alexis so low HP, they might just have a chance yet.
But that kill means they've broken out. Now a chance for a post plant. Lockdown ripped already. Players ready to turn and take this fight, but are they ready for this double flank to come through? Thus far, no one looking back yet for Shopify. Instead, expecting a push to come back through spawn.
Dodo and Alexis, shoulder to shoulder. Advance into the site.
They've got to suspect this flank now.
Exactly. The longer the clock works down, the more they expect the flank. What an angle! Dodo is so crisp. The spike isn't exactly planted for them. Except for the fact that Alexis could just jump on top of the wall. She's distraction as Dodo rounds the corner and clears out this series. A dominant 2-0 for Shopify Rebellion, keeping things perfect here, 3-0 in the Swiss stage of GC.
Yeah, one away from locking that main event for Shopify, and it's not really about that. I think it's about just dispatching the team who would be closest to calling themselves a rival in this scene in the way that they did. Map 1, there was no illusion that there was any hope for any team but Shopify to win. In Map 2, well, they lost both pistol rounds, but they still pull off an incredibly dominant scoreline to close that one out. This was a quick game for Shopify. This was a victory lap for Noya and Sarah on their respective maps, and they're comfortably ready to head into next week, lock up playoffs, and look ahead towards the main event.
Yeah, brilliant stuff coming out of Shopify. On the other side of things, Wada, first time seeing their full roster get back together after that finals. Still some work to be done, clearly, but they did show a little bit more fire, I think, on this second map. We do have, of course, another great series following up after this one, Flyquest Red and Artificial Intelligence. We're going to step away for a break, then go to an interview with one of the victorious Shopify Rebels before we get into that series. Don't go anywhere.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Verizon VCT Game Changers. We are here to do a little recap on the series. It was a quick one, so we're going to spend a little bit of time with the victorious coach of the Shopify Rebels. Let's go ahead and bring in Effies for the Verizon post-match interview. First of all, Effies, I've got to say, clean 2-0 from your squad there. How are you rating the performance? You pleased with what you saw today?
It's good to have like a clean match. Even like the last couple of GC match we had, like we played kind of like funny comps and just to have fun a little bit, and it wasn't that clean. So like I'm just happy with the result today, to be honest.
Awesome. I did want to ask a little bit, going back to the first map, which was so dominant, especially on the attacking side. I was really impressed with Mel's like mid-round calling, like really consistently, like pivoting away from like the A site into these B finishes, and it seemed to be really just breaking the ankles of Wadada. How much of that do you think was like her just being like in the zone in those rounds versus like the prep you and the team may have done coming into the match?
Honestly, a lot of it came down to prep. Like this is something we did talk about before the game. But she applied it really well, and then like saying it as a coach, like, hey, weekend A to B is one thing, but being able to apply it in the right condition in the game is like another thing. And I think she did very well on the second part.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It showed throughout that game. You mentioned that you guys were having fun in some of those earlier games in GC. This is obviously a team that you've played a couple times before that has tested your team more than pretty much anyone else in NA GC thus far this year. With your obvious like big focus being on your Challengers run right now, how do you guys prepare for these games going into GC? Is there any different mentality for going into these matches, or what is the focus in your preparation?
To be honest, we really don't prepare at all. We put like all of our effort into like scrimming and getting better so that our level in co-ed it gets better and more consistent. I think we have like a lot of problem in consistency when we play these like challengers teams. So we put like almost to be honest, like we also knew that two of their players were coming back from vacation. So we knew it wasn't going to be the same team that we usually play, because like they usually like play us too much closer games. So yeah, we didn't really prep too much into it. We just focused most of our energy on like the co-ed tournaments that we play in the weekend and the challengers run.
Yeah, and talking about some of the changes as well. We've seen a lot more of Alexis switching over to playing Sentinel instead of previously being like the second initiator player on the breach or flashes bot. Or whatever. Yeah. What's it been like working with her to kind of make that transition? Because pretty much everyone has switched away from the double initiator comps that were meta for so long. How well do you think she's doing in that new role, and how did you work with her and the team to make that change up?
Honestly, I think she's doing really well, first of all, and that new role, I think it suits her really. Like a lot of people are thinking that she's a breach bot, like Andrew was saying, but actually, like she's actually a pretty smart player and she's good with like setups and util and everything. So she's also a really good lurker. So I honestly didn't have to like tell her much, to be honest. Like she was already like really good on Deadlock on Ascent when we were playing it, and she wanted to play Sentinel, to be honest. Like I didn't put her on that role. Like she kind of like said I would like to play more Senti if possible, and it ended up that the meta kind of like happened to like go to like double Senti, double controller, a lot of like these like double controller comps and double Senti, like I'm saying. So it made it kind of like natural, and honestly, like I think she's just good at it naturally, so I didn't have to put much effort into it, to be honest.
Well, speaking of Alexis, we had the pleasure of having her on VCT Americas back in week number 1, and she made a statement on the show. She said that her favorite coach was Potter. How do you deal with a player as unruly as Alexis? And how do you respond to a statement like that?
I mean, honestly, it's fine. It's deserved because I'm like really mean to her like on a daily basis. So like it honestly, like what can I expect in return except like more like mean comments like this? It's honestly my fault.
Hey, you know what? She doesn't have to like you as long as she listens to you. You know?
Exactly. Real.
All right, I love it. All right, thanks so much, Effies, for joining us. Good luck here in Challengers and the rest of the year for Shopify.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Lovely gentleman there. Not getting too upset by the flagrant claims of Alexis back on Americas. I can't. First she's killing snowmans, then she's
so sad to see.
It's really the devolution of Alexis has been really tough to watch. We're gonna take a longer break here as we get ready for our second series, but go get a little drink, get something to eat, get ready because it is the dawn of artificial intelligence versus Flyquest Red right after this.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in row. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal, I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. When I flip the society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Hello. We are so back. We are so back and here for Verizon VALORANT Game Changers.
A generational catch from you.
I have actually just been breach stunned, KO, knifed, and Sova darted. But we're here, and we're now on the Cypher Cam getting ready for our second series of the day. Flyquest Red versus Artificial Intelligence. And Mimi, both these teams coming in 1-1. I'm excited to see them face off for the first time.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see Artificial Intelligence on the mainstream yet. I've been hearing a lot about their work at generating things and like completing assignments for people and other such things, but I haven't bought into the hype yet, so excited to see how much that will go. Here you can see all of the games that are going to be going on. Our match wrapped very quickly, so some of those first matches could still be going on the BC and D streams, but you can check out any of those for whichever team you like here in the GC Swiss stage. But if you're chilling with us, you got Flyquest Red up against Artificial Intelligence and, you know, a little bit of a more unknown team in AI. But for Flyquest, also, you know, some new stuff going on with them. Signing a couple fresh players, sticking around with Lace, and bringing her back for one more Game Changers after she keeps saying that she's going to retire. So also a bit of a newer face for Fly.
Yeah, this is what happens when you try to retire in your 20s, you know? It's like, oh no, actually you have to keep working.
It is really funny to me how much, like, I get that, like, people, like, retire from esports, but it's always funny to me when it's, like, a 24-year-old making their posts, like, oh, I've been building up my pension for the last, 4 years, waiting for this moment to finally retire. Not happening, Lace. You gotta play another GC. But you got some known names on this squad, of course. IGL, Thea, Bob, Lace, Ev, who have all been around with Fly for quite a while. And their newest player, Cora, too, coming into the fold here.
Cora, my favorite leaf inside of a queue.
Oh, it is a queue for, like, Quest. I never realized that. I thought it was just a leaf.
And leaves, because leaves like fly when they fall off trees. I'm not exactly sure. I actually think it's
like
because they do a lot of like green initiative stuff.
Yeah, they're very green. It's their favorite color.
Except
unlike
not this
Flyquest,
because this Flyquest is red. Yeah, Artificial Intelligence not big fans of green.
Yeah, I'm sad that you didn't like my segue to
No, I was just trying to make my own joke, and then you tried to steamroll ahead, and I was like, no, I'm seizing the reins myself. But this Flyquest team, they're always solid, but of course, back in stage 1 playing without Bob, they faltered for like one of their weakest performances in main events.
Yeah.
And already this Swiss stage has been a little bit rough. They faced off against a new strong Hikikimori squad in the first week. That series narrowly lost it 2-1 after a couple of close maps, and now trying to, you know, fight their way through, going 0-1, making that little bit of a gauntlet here in the Swiss.
Yeah, I think the expectation now for Fly is like trying to return to heights. You're looking to at least get a top 3. We're seeing more signed teams come back into Game Changers with 100 Thieves, with Ghost, and thus far it's still Wadada, who has looked like the second best team, bar none, in this scene. And I think if you look at the history of GC, you look at the achievements of players like Thea, back when, you know, she was running the show at EG, you look at this team and you're like, they probably should be contesting to be number 2, but we haven't seen that from them yet, so looking to make it back there. This is just another step along the way. Of course, this is a 1-on-1 game, so you're only going to have 2 wins. You're only halfway to actually qualifying with a win today, but still a step closer to that goal. Let's turn our attention, though, to their opponents, Artificial Intelligence. This is a team who has made it into the main event here. They're currently sitting at 1-1 after getting kind of rolled by Shopify. No big surprises.
As everyone seemingly is.
In week 1, and then getting a win over TV in week 2 as well here. So this is one of those squads where it's a lot of newer names to the GC scene, and I think if they could get a win or even get a pretty close game today against Flyquest, that's a big testament to that progress, to, you know, the classic stuff, kind of showing you belong, that you can be competitive against some of those names that have been top dogs for a really long time in this scene.
Yeah, that series versus TV was crazy, winning those final 2 maps for AI, just up by 2 rounds, a 14-12 on Kuro to 13-11 on TV. And I think the big player to watch coming out of that series was Annex. I think I'm just going Annex on that one. There's a lot of extra
No, I think you have to say Annex
consonants
every time, and that's how the intent is For it to be pronounced, absolutely, yes.
Definitely. But no, she was looking very, very strong in that series, and on the duelist role, trying to be a big challenger up against a pretty tried and tested Flyquest Red squad.
I think it was like plus 40 kills or something outrageous by the end of that game. So definitely one to watch out for here. This is a squad that also, you know, I think they're generally like pretty normal in the comps that they play. Been going for the solo duelist, have been playing, you know, a little bit of the double senti ideas, but nothing too wild. But definitely excited too. I think also looking back at Flyquest as well, they're in a pretty interesting position where they're integrating this new rookie player, bringing someone up into a much more established team, but bringing out players who have been some of the like best supporting players you can have in this scene, with Lace, with Bob, with Thea as well. As we take a look at our map, Vito already coming through, we're gonna start off on Corrode, which is exciting in that banger that you mentioned against TV. This is one of those maps that Artificial Intelligence managed to get the win on, pulling out a double senti look with the chamber and the Vice, which I'm pretty excited to see.
Yeah, no Viper is a little bit different on that map. Most teams globally are definitely locking in that agent, so it can be a little harder, I think, to scale into some of the space. But when you've got a player like Annex on the Yoru, you've got the chamber that's just fully willing to face up onto lines, that is not necessarily going to be an issue for you on the other side. This is also a map that I am interested to see Flyquest Red get some reps on. They played it up against Hakikimori. That was the map they won in the series. Looked solid.
I wasn't sold though. I'm not gonna lie, Chrissy. I watched some of that game and I really was not a huge fan of the comp. For context, last time I saw them, they were playing the Breach, Fade, Cypher, Neon, basically just ripping a Haven comp, and they're gonna go back to that here. But I think that gives you some pretty big drawbacks. Number one, Breach nerfs are here, which means it's a little harder to get that timing just right to make the stun happen. And if you watch that game, you still saw them getting value out of the stun and slide on the Neon, but I think it makes your play a little one-dimensional. You need to hit the stun and the slide to make it work, because you don't have a Viper to lurk up into mid. On defense, you don't have amazing stall tools to hold and play that kind of rolling defense like you would if you're playing a double senti, more like Artificial Intelligence. To me, it feels like a composition that is very heavily index into just Korra go kill, make everything happen on this Neon, or the game is bust.
And to be fair to Flyquest Red, when they were just running exec after exec after exec on their attacking side, it was pretty effective at getting into sites. And I think even looking at AI's comp here, not having the extra layer of stall of like a Viper with the Vice, sure, there's a chamber triple, like come on. I think there's some worlds where you can still overwhelm sites without that extra layer of stall util there.
And I do think this is a very good matchup for this Flyquest comp against a chamber, right? You're playing double initiator in a world where pretty much no one is playing double initiator on this map. You have so many tools to push that chamber off the line early on and have a really fast scale from the Neon to punish. So in that way, I do think it's strong. If you're drawing a comparison here to maybe a VCT team, I'd look at like someone like 2G, who doesn't play a lot of super meta comps, but has a really sick Neon player, so they still play the like older double initiator stuff and kind of make it work. And in that way, I'm not necessarily offended by the composition. I think it's just has limitations, can look a little bit one-dimensional, but when it works, it's going to work really, really well. And if you look at Flyquest, they are really trying to get these Neon maps into their pool and let their young star shine on that role that they're so good at.
Well, I'm glad you're not offended, Mimi, and I'm glad that we can see what Korra can do.
Are you offended?
I'm not offended. I'm
Good.
here to experience the show that is Korra on this Neon. We are loading up now for Artificial Intelligence versus Flyquest Red, and Flyquest seemed to be geared up for a little bit into mid. We saw them do some of these A-Link dives with breach stuns to set up the Neon, but playing away from the mains early on.
Go, go, go!
See just how quickly they want to move into this space. Ev holding for the ball line. It's actually going to be up into top mid, but there's already a Yoru over across the corner. Korra snaps first on the kill and quickly moves towards that B side. Will be Ida playing back into elbow, but a smoke up towards heaven. She's going to fall off the line.
Yeah, have to full give on B, but there's great positioning for retake. If she can hold on to that hall, he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on these players trying to hold. But on the other side, a lurk up mid from the Omen, getting the kill onto Thea would be big to make this retake happen for AI.
Thea holding this line, but as a matter of fact, M taking her time. Finally comes back in for the 1v1. B main, also a pressure point. In the corner, though, is going to be Thea taking that first kill. The rest of Artificial Intelligence have made their way into the site. Now Ev, around the corner, playing off of the stun, off of the flash, just buying more and more time. The shots are nice, and the swing is coming on through. Ev finds 2, and now Thea baiting around the clock, waiting to take her moment around the corner. It's gonna blow. It has no chance in this round. 3 is all she'll get, but it's Flyquest with the pistol.
And we talk about this Neon comp being full commit, full send, no second chances really, and that pistol round is such a testament to it. The stun is going not even as deep as she is entering. Cora does not care, slides past the utility, and just takes a straight up 1v1 to win and get that opening fight. And despite AI having some solid positions to try and make that retake happen, Thea getting that kill, cutting the rotates from mid, makes it so tough for AI to actually win that retake. But now in this round,
are stacked.
Gonna be a fight.
Yep, 4 players into A main, early teleport away to feign the retreat, but now a paranoia, everyone blinded up except for Thea. It's not going to matter. NX already with 2 kills, and the rest of Flyquest move on forward. 2-on-1 now. Potentially some guns on the ground. He's deciding not to hold onto the territory, just putting down a trip to keep it at bay.
Yeah, and it's the perfect trip. It is going to have to break it, reveal exactly where she is. And now walk and look for a gun. Picks up a stinger. Really the weapon for the job here is the C's. Just barely miss out, but a lot of noise made, and I just get to play this one together.
Ida moving on to the site, taps the spike, but Bob is there. Flyquest do good there to hold on to a couple of their purchases and the Vandal in Lace's hand.
Find the weakness.
Yeah, they would have dreamed of holding on to a lot more. AI had a good setup there. Waited for that Neon to come on through, had a counter flash, I think the paranoia coming in from that Omen, and there's a world. They get that 3rd kill spamming away on the 3 player. It's basically just sitting in a clump in main, and we might be looking at a 1 round. Not to be in this one. Instead, we look towards the future where Flyquest, thanks to taking a lot of damage, are going to have to put an investment into this one. They're forcing up on a couple guns, so a loss here would be substantive.
And a bit of a battle for mid control. Flyquest sitting inside of this smoke. Cora ready to pounce as the haunt blooms. Doesn't connect on to anyone. Cora versus Annex. A matchup we have to keep our eyes on. How strong Annex looked in her last showing. Now with full control over mid. Flyquest make their way into Trushi. Over on A. Dodges away from the stun, but there's more stuns. There's more flashes behind it. She's going to have to dip back into the rest of site. Cora already on the pounce, on the hunt to try and deal with this chamber, and she does. Cora doesn't even slow down. Still eyeing up these players coming in from Link. Annex on the flank. Causes some chaos, but Ev is there to wait. Deal with the flank. Already more utility coming back into the site. It's a bit chaotic now, but Cora holds her ground and moves up with the rest of the team to fight into spawn, deal with Ida. Now Simulcra.
Are they just going to go B now?
Yep, all around the world, because Lace is there to stab her in the back.
Yeah, Flyquest there. I think you're showcasing how good this matchup is with the Neon into the chamber. Because the first line that Chamber's on, Breach Flash. Okay, I'm ripping my TP. Then there's a stun. There's a seize coming through the little window on A. There's an aftershock. There are literally 18 pieces of utility that Trushi is having to avoid. And while all of that is going on, Cora is just bunny hopping around the corner. Gets the easiest kill of her life, and boom, the A site is absolutely open for business. So normally when you're playing this comp, you can like play 4-1s or 3-1-1s with the chamber alone, but with the Neon, with the Breach, you don't get any respite. And now it's Vice's turn to experience the heat.
Even with all the Vice utility there, like, what does that actually do? It doesn't do much of anything unless it is hitting shots like that. Really crisp out of her. The rest of Flyquest have ignored planting the spike, instead favoring, eyeing things up in towards CT. Haunt comes out, but Annex, out of heaven, gets another few kills. Excellent work on the Sheriff play. Out of artificial intelligence, and it's not going to slow down. A huge thrifty round for the team.
Yeah, and that's the style you want to play when you're up against this this quick hit Neon comp. You play a little further back, you fight back in once the initial volley of util is up, and you catch players in that transition period where the util's just coming out of their hands, the Neon is further up than the rest of the team, and the spacing ends up being really bad, and they do really well to hit the shots in that perfect gap of time. So a bit of happiness there for AI after losing the bonus to get back into this game. But now they have to face the gauntlet of these ultimates and Flyquest that is going to go fast on an ace split.
And Trushi with an operator as well. See what she can do up in main, but Cora's already wrapped around the corner. Annex now left alone with all the chaos of the util, the ultimates coming around. Now a rolling thunder to add into the mix. Cannot get in front of that one. Annex falls down. The rest of her team pushed back into spawn, delayed up by the stun. Now Flyquest set up for the post plant.
But it's a retake from one angle. They are going to be so caught up trying to get through this tiny choke point, the ult. That'll help a bit.
Okay. Does a little bit of work to push Flyquest back, but there's still the camera they broke. Now a tripwire to get past. The Steel Garden's run out, but it has allowed artificial intelligence to get back into the site. Ida has been hot in this game. So many kills with Sheriff rounds to win the last one. But now they have to keep working forward. Artificial intelligence can't quite find a fight. It's a 1-for-1 at first. Now Ida joins into the fray. Ida and M around the corner, get a couple of kills. It's now 1-on-1. Ida holding. Waiting for Thea to face up into the line, but has to get back onto the spike. Comes around, and it's Ida to see it through again. The clock is going down. It's gonna be close, but it's just gonna be their .01. She's ridiculous.
That's outstanding from Ida. Literally the last possible millisecond she could have defused that spike and pulls it off. Flyquest were bouncing around, trading off each other so well. Thea thought she had done enough, but Ida just too good there. What an impressive round again from this Vice player. And you rewind even earlier in that one, and it felt hopeless for AI. They were 3 retaking through one angle in spawn, but pull it off, and now Flyquest on a bit of a rough buy, and again, fighting forward in mid.
Cora just ran into her death. Execution in mid, but Smolakra in a tough spot. The rest of Flyquest capitalizing into that space. Now Annex drifting up. Right on behind Flyquest. Full information for Ida to play off of. That is beautiful. The comms are locked in. Ida is crisp with it. And it's just Lace. Chucks out the hat for a crumb of information. Knows those 3 players are lined up in mid. The spike out in the open. Lace nice on the first, but there's more behind it. More where that came from. Artificial intelligence tie it up.
AI was getting caught off guard really early on by these fast plays, but you see how they've adjusted a little bit. Playing deeper in mid at the start of these rounds, playing more passive on their A and B holds. They're picking the right timings now to swing into the Neon as she's sliding forward, and because of that, you've seen Cora, who was dominating in the first 3 rounds, start to slip down and be responsible for a lot more of the first deaths in these recent ones. That's going to be a big win condition this game. Do not let Cora run you over. Make them waste the double initiator util. Because when you force Flyquest to slow down, to play more of a mid-round, that's when they're really going to suffer for not having a Viper, for not having as many tools to work the map as you might in some of the more conventional compositions on this map.
And so far, apart from the last round, it has seemed like Cora has been fairly successful at getting into sites. Last few rounds that AI strung together, it was, you think about it, Ida in some post-plant situations. Even when it felt like Flyquest were in good spots to see it through. Give you some ideas now to look at post-plant protocols from Flyquest, or
yeah. I think it's also round. Like, I wouldn't hate to see them being more willing to like show slightly slower openings and rip these fast plays a little bit later into the rounds instead of insta-going off first rip. Like, pretty much always they're like full sending into a site off the first rotation of util, not really waiting for that second cycle. But I don't think this round's going to be different because they are all stacked up towards B. They're about to rip, but there's a paranoia they could go through, and you're ready to swing. This could get dangerous.
See what Annex can do here. No fear, but maybe
Great
should have been a
cage.
little bit better.
That
Bob
combo
locks
is
it
so
down.
nice there. Throwing down the cage to block off the push, having a counter haunt ready to go, and the push is completely nullified. And now it's M in trouble, stuck in the corner, and dead.
Wow. Oh, Trushi just with a shotgun of an operator in the smoke. Will maybe give AI a chance into the round. There is a Fade ult to play with. Simulacra up in heaven, gets knocked out by Thea. Now it's all eyes on Ida once again, except this time 11 HP. Flyquest in a much more comfortable post-plant position. I think Trushi's just going to hightail it out of here with the op in hand.
I don't even know if Trushi can get out. Gonna jump for their life, and just barely. She'll stay alive and run away with that gun. But yeah, just that counter volley of util. Really great from Flyquest to punish the forward play, and then as they're actually ripping into the site, you see them getting more proactive in that post plant. Thea TPing up into heaven. They combine that with a bit of a push towards elbow to pressure and buy attention away from Thea, who's then rewarded with a kill there. Good stuff from them. And I think just my biggest question, and I imagine AI's too, is this going to be a Flyquest that is ever going to turn down the pace? Or are we bound for just 18 million fast Neon Breach hits every single round?
I think it's more likely it's the latter there, Mimi.
Yeah, looks like it. All five players posted towards B again. I feel bad for Ida. Like, she's full dumping her util on this side every round because of just how overwhelming these hits are. Is basically having to play full retake regardless.
Although with the amount of kills she's been getting, already a second Steel Garden of the half online. So some options here to fight back in for AI. But as we were saying, Thorns are alive, but Flyquest are alive and inside of the site. So Ida falls back. Have to be wary of that teleport up into heaven. But at the same time, Annex has worked in on the flank on the opposite end. Okay, up towards heaven. Flyquest, very similar post-plant position. It's about time for AI to do something. About time for them to strike back into the site. Just waiting for the aggro is Bob. Now there's no Steel Garden. Good luck. Flyquest making quick work out of this contact to retake from AI. That's not the look for them. And now M pushed back behind the smoke in mid. So many eyes on her and her teammates' position. AI forced to save once more.
I think AI need to change up how they're playing the B-hold. They've been having solo Vice here the last couple rounds, bar that one where they went for the forward play with that Yoru. But the issue is that they're dumping all of their util to as if they're holding the site, right? Throwing the two thorns at the entry, throwing the wall up, but no one's actually fighting to contest that space. So Flyquest isn't respecting it at all. They're only using the haunt and the stun to get out onto site. And then they have so many tools left over in the post line. You see there, before anyone from AI has arrived to even try and make this retake happen, already it's a TP into heaven, it's a fight into CT, it's perfect crossfire setup, and AI's comp doesn't really have enough to break through that strong of a post plant. I'd like to see them a little more willing to get active, to disrupt as these hits are coming in, instead of full waiting for the set retakes.
Well, it was supposed to be that look with the chamber on B, but Flyquest have switched it up. Quick towards A, the stun connects onto Simulacra. Korra already up around the corner. Yet this Fade has survived for a moment. And now punishing Korra. Not looking the right direction. There's not enough bullets left in the chamber. So our eyes move to this elbow hold. Two players stuck arm in arm, but Ev already around the corner. Now M into the site. Good paranoia. Connects into that. And it is around the other corner as well. Hold on. AI might have made something out of this hold, as a matter of fact. Now the Steel Garden, as Lace tries to challenge in, but now pushed back with only a pistol in hand. That won't be good enough. Not with how it has been playing today. And Bob sacrifices her teammate on site. Stall out, get the Phantom back into play, but with 17 HP and that spike sitting in the middle of three players, there's just no way.
Here is she holding the line with the tour de force as well.
No
no.
way. 1 on 2.
That's one.
Hunt broken, only hears the one gunfire. The clock now an issue for Bob. Pressured in.
One enemy remaining.
Sees it and deals with her. Bob with a chance for 1v3. Ham coming around the corner and will narrowly see it through for AI. We're on the edge of our seats, but they get the round all the same.
Should not have been that close in the end. But all's well that ends well, I suppose, for AI. That's the kind of round I want to see, though. They're so proactive and give that first little bit of space to Neon, and then we're ripping Paranoia. We're fighting into the site together and disrupting Flyquest as they're making their ingress. Now they have to take that learning and apply that to B, because there's about to be yet another rip onto this site, and this time there's two of the best exec ults to back it up.
AI have bodies, though. M and Trushi playing together, but there you have it, the Rolling Thunder in. Flyquest not taking any chances, expecting the pivot. And after the Rolling Thunder, there's the added layer of a Nightfall. Full control now for Thea. A Paranoia geared up for backside, but instead, slowing things down.
This is a setup to try and counter that same CT fight on the post flank that Fly's been doing a couple times, but it's different. Korra forward for the first.
The fight went into mid. Now the rest of Flyquest regroup onto site, ready for the heaven line. And then the rest of the crew pushed out. Paranoia only going to delay for a moment. These positions on site, so difficult to carve Flyquest out of them. They burrowed their way in there. And there is just no backing them out. AI, once again, B post-plant, fail on the retake, save a couple of guns.
If Flyquest had played the post plant the same way, that would have been a really effective change. They would have had 3 players ready, a counter Paranoia to deal with the fight into CT. But instead, upon realizing that there's 3 players there off the Nightfall, Flyquest instead send Neon off into mid. I don't even think she had that much to support her. Gets the pick there, and then the biggest issue with retaking on Crowd is if you ever lose one of like your second avenue in and you end up retaking from one angle, it just becomes almost impossible to win because these sites are so favorable to whomever is defending them.
It really does seem like AI have made a lot of the right adjustments, but they're just coming in one round too late.
Yep.
Flyquest are ahead of them.
And look, now they're like, okay, we're going to change back. We expect something into mid. And this is where Fly is just going to rip the same thing. Forward wall. Okay. Going to try and catch this Neon out alone and take a 1v1.
Does it matter? Korra's been isolated on the side a few times. This time, though, AI have filtered in 3 players. Scouting from Thea sees a Yoru clone. And Korra goes moving into the site. Stunned up by her teammate isn't a great look, but the rest of Flyquest, because that wall was placed deep, had already been in front of it. So it's not the isolated Neon in sight, like in previous rounds, or even like was expected in this round. Flyquest make quick work of the half-buy.
Korra might be having too much fun on this one. Just running around, pretty much a license to int, however much she wants once they get these spiked down. Here she comes. Running around
You love to be a Neon player with the license to end.
Yeah.
Oh, we're really doing it. Knife out? Okay.
Oh, that's despicable. Gets the kill to lace. It's actually really optimal because you want to get another pip on the Cypher ult when your Neon already has ultimate online. Right?
Yeah.
That's
Mimi,
definitely what was happening there.
Yeah. You know what, Mimi? Can you just cast the rest of the game like that? I take you so much more seriously when you put on your real analysis voice.
When I use my real analysis voice, yeah. I'll try. Chrissy, it's another B hit.
Oh, wait, why is
Bob
Bob
A?
A? Is Bob A just to lurk because we think we're better now, or are we actually selling a real A fake? Because I've seen Bob do both of these things previously.
Yes, it's 50-50.
I think this is a real fake though, with Bob looking maybe for a later mid lurk. It up in heaven. Destroys Korra. The slow round is not a good look for Flyquest, it would seem. Except now that the supporting staff has arrived, Lace and Ev get a couple of kills. Ida using this cage against Flyquest. What a play out of Ida. Nice movement onto the site. She has been the star of artificial intelligence this game for sure. Continuing that into this round. Now hunting up into Lace, but the super sub trades 1 for 1. Gives Bob a chance. In the 1-on-3, Bob couldn't do it. Now a 1-on-2, not going to manage it either. It's still close heading into the second half.
Yeah, really respectable half there for AI, especially winning out on the last round there. They made a couple of the right adjustments, maybe just a little bit too late. Still, squeaking out 5-7, that's enough. You win a pistol, you're right back in control of this one, and I do think Flyquest composition is a little bit tough to play on defense. You have not a lot of stall util because you've chosen to use this Cypher. You also don't have a Viper to help out in that regard. So as we saw in the attack, it is going to be a lot of just Neon fight into mid, take that space, and then go for fast rotates. So AI have to have that in their mind. It is the very obvious thing that is happening with the Neon comp. And now we get to see how they play, as I'd expect them to have to slow this game down a little bit and kind of focus on pushing that Neon out, containing space on the map, and going for much later round executes than we saw in the first half from Flyquest.
You think about good breach stun angles. Breach can actually hit a nasty horizontal stun into B main here. If info is given from Bob.
Sleep.
AI taking things slow, and hey, that's a little info from Bob. 1 down on the other side of things. Then she wants a little bit more. That could have been another kill with a seize. Taking Trushi down low.
Look at Cora too, walked all the way up into mid. Do you clear this corner? Yes, Prowler will spot her out, but a stun and a relay bolt gets Cora back out.
Bob still
She doesn't
challenging
want to
to
leave,
B main
actually.
as well. This could be maybe Flyquest hunting for a bit too much, with Bob falling down in B main. The rest of AI walk it on over towards that side of the map. Thea is here
Teleport's ready.
with a paranoia in hand. So hard to match up against AI if they actually flood into this site.
Yeah, Bob got a little greedy. That could jeopardize this round. Thea spots one and tiptoes away.
Not in a great spot to hit multiple players with the paranoia. And Trushi just narrowly dodging that one out. Will punish. Flyquest now with 2 players working into mid. This battery of Core and Ev. They'll have to be the ones to get something working here, but it has lodged herself in the corner right on this left side. Good drill. Forced them out, but Cora caught on the reload timer. Isn't a great look. What can Lace do back here towards spawn? A whole heck of a lot. That's going to be the truth. Now Ev fires back for mid. Smolakra has to choose an angle, and will be good on that. Block now an issue. Smolakra taking her time. Lace jumping around on the corner. It's Smolakra to take the pistol in the Red Bull clutch for AI.
It's a super nice clutch to win out there for Smolakra and a much needed win for AI. But I think we almost saw some of the like newer team, you know, little less experienced squad mistakes get the better of them there. Think back to the beginning of that round, that fight into B main, 2 players there, only one is actually swinging through the smoke at a time, and there's no trade to be found. Then as they're scaling out onto the site, a missed trade in that one as well. But it all matters not when Smolkra's able to come up with a round like that, and now it's a Flyquest who's down on just a couple bought-in pistols and a 4-1 stack over towards A.
Lace takes a shot. That's my favorite retiree, sitting at 15-7. Match MVP currently.
If she had a real job, she'd like, what, have like just graduated college?
Yeah.
Bring them down.
Like entry level
wouldn't
position.
even have a real
you know?
job yet.
Where are
Maybe doing like a summer internship? No, retiree. Sorry, Lace.
Crazy. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
my favorite retiree. You know, get a shot like that, go spend some time on a beach somewhere,
Dude, she
get
wins
back
this
into
round.
the
I'm booking
server
her a
for
cruise.
one more. That's a real clone. And here she goes for another. Okay. Not going to make it happen. But
Yeah,
Bob
no
has
cruise today.
picked up a bulldog off the body that Lace knocked down earlier. Flyquest now getting into the site. 1-for-1 is manageable. 2-on-2 is extremely manageable.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
Smolakra locking it down. Ev now. Only a classic to play with. But it has been so sharp today. Walking all the way around. The right clicks are working for Ev. They're gonna get it as well. Unbelievable.
I want just a smidgen of Ev's right-click RNG. Hits 2 perfect upper body head right clicks in that 1v2 clutch. Pulls out a back-to-back Red Bull clutch, this time going the way of Flyquest. And, oh, AI, your momentum is gone.
And again, it's only possible because that first Sheriff kill from Lace leaves a Bulldog on the ground. Bob uses that to get a few extra kills. And
It's
that
only
just-
possible even further because the Classic is free.
That's true. That is
Yeah.
true.
And because the Big Bang happened like
The Big
a
Bang
billion
did
years
happen.
ago. That led to
Honestly, I think we're going to rename Ev's right click to the Big Bang.
Oh, that's something. Let's see how good the right clicks are for the other side. AI down to the pistols here as Fly holds for the aggression in mid.
Oh, that stun is so nice out of Ev.
Down mid.
Also a free ability, by the way.
So economical. 150 credits used to take care of Lace. I think it's 100 rather. I'm failing the skill check here.
Yeah, honestly, maybe you should retire.
I'm upset.
Ask Elise what her favorite beaches are.
She's got to know some good spots.
She's got to. 'Cause I feel like whenever you retire as well, you got to go on a trip somewhere, you know. And since Lev is retired, Lace is retired like 8 times, been all over the world. My favorite Lace retiree was when she just retired and went to Berlin as a sub. Still played at GCC. Looked really good too.
She did. Yeah, she was cooking that event. Continuing to do so now. That's a pretty clean round. 4 players left alive in that one to be able to get up to 9-6. Now, finally, there's going to be some guns for AI. So I'd like to see them take it a little slow here. Wait for that Neon aggression to come. Diffuse any of these trap plays. Figure it out for a sec. Or you just 50-50. You hit a site, and either the Neon breach is there, and it's horrible, or it's just a cipher and you win. And good news,
it's just the cipher.
It's just the cipher.
Well, it's a good thing Lace hasn't been hitting any shots today.
That's true.
Face your fear.
Very good news. Nightfall is not going to tag onto her. And that teleport isn't exactly what you're looking for. Annex has been having a tough day, and now just running into an unfortunate situation. Maybe M can get things going, but with Lev coming around the corner like that, it's kept things all evened up. Lace still alive in the corner. Bob now raining in from above. And a shorty to close it out. Brutal.
Oof. That is a rough way to end the round. Flyquest, you know, they guessed the wrong side on their execute. AI had an opportunity, but that Yoru TP going so wrong, and then because Fly had full map control everywhere else, they are almost instant on the rotate. That's another one of these strengths with this Neon comp. You play defense on a map that normally has some pretty brutal defender rotates if you lose mid control. Nah, she's there in like 10 seconds flat, ready to flood on in and just decimate as the exec is still coming through.
And a weakness on the other side with the Yoru comp. It's way harder to break out of the choke points. The Yoru TP not so reliable as the Neon, which is just running you down. AI
Just
caught
staring
sleeping. Cora has had 8 Red Bulls, diving in towards bottom mid. Bob following it up.
One enemy remaining.
It's a massacre.
She's just running down mid and just behind 4 players, and no one's looking. Oh my
Cinema.
god. That was a beautiful round of Valorant. Oh, sometimes Valorant is just really, really funny.
Can we just do that? Let's just run that back, but go through the A side. Yeah?
Yeah,
Maybe?
let's do it.
I mean, look at the ultimates Flyquest have. Cora's gonna rip the zappy hands.
See, this comp is great because no matter what side of the map you're on, you have 3 strats. Run down mid, run down A, run down
look at
B.
the mini-map. Here goes Cora. Cora's not slowing down. She's blinded by her own teammate. She's blinded by her own teammate.
Fine.
Now we're rolling thunder. It doesn't matter. Ida trades out 1 for 1. Maybe Ida can actually lock it up. The rest of Flyquest are here, though. Annex challenges the line. Now Thea into the party, and Flyquest have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Lace.
But what if Lace wins the 1v3? She's a retiree. It's okay. You can't blame her for that whip.
Yeah, I mean, those are 65-year-old hands right there.
Again, their fear is a fraction.
Okay.
Quite.
Fly might be getting too whimsical. No happiness, no joy.
Okay. Hey,
you just
lock
wasted
in.
3 ults running it down to lose off the rip. 3 ults!
It's a good thing they have the best ults in the game. Omen and Cypher now.
No, that's
this
big
next
for
round.
real.
It really is.
I cannot believe they just straight up, like, off barrier ripped 3 ults to lose the round. Okay. It's not
Somehow
slowing down,
I
by the way,
can.
Christy.
Yeah, okay. Dimensional drift towards B. Here goes Annex. Thinking about popping out of this. Only a shorty to back it up. Lace is all sorts of blind, but 1 pump on the shorty isn't going to get the job done. Flyquest have come into the site now. with a vengeance. Yo, Garden. Just a few more seconds left on that. Lace is just running through without a care in the world. How is she alive? How is she not blinded by that? Another question. Now Ida in the corner locks things up. It's still seemingly strong for artificial intelligence. They'll take another. Now within 3.
I feel like I've not been able to breathe since this game started. It's just
You want to just take a deep breath
running.
altogether? In, out. It's an eco round for Flyquest. That means they can't do anything aggressive, right?
Right. Yep. No, that's right. That's why they're buying Cora a hero gun.
Surely we wouldn't just sprint somewhere.
Surely we wouldn't just run down mid on our eco, right, guys?
Gulp. Surely Bob just wouldn't walk up.
Hey, they're walking down mid. This
They're
is a new
walking,
team.
but something tells me it's about to explode. Shoulder spotted from Ev through the smoke. Yeah, AI are waiting for it.
One enemy remaining.
Hey,
And
we're
this walk
laughing,
up
we're
too.
getting goofy. But to AI's credit, I mean, they have seen a Fly that is overheating, getting way too aggressive in these rounds. They've started to tone it back, just wait for the aggro. And in particular, it has done a great job of containing this aggression, picking these players off as they run. And from a game that honestly should have been over like 2 rounds ago, now AI is only down 9-11. They're in a position where they win one more rifle round. Flyquest's bank is in a bad place, and they could actually come back and win this map.
Yeah, it's true. And this is kind of classic Flyquest. Like, get a big lead, start playing real fast and loose. Usually Flyquest can flip that button and lock it in. But they're going to have to do it on this round. This is a swing round for them. Geared up in B main currently, although AI have done a good job of calling away from the B main aggression, finding Lace isolated once again.
Camera cage triggered.
Now the slowest round maybe of the game thus far.
Careful now.
When does Lace
Rip.
pounce?
Tripwire destroyed.
Into the smoke, taking her time. Hauling in the rotates from the rest of Flyquest. I mean, Flyquest have 3 back-end spawn ready to go and just cause so much distraction for Lace on the other side. Lace has never been dealt with, but the rest of her team has fallen down. And now she has to be a hero. That support staff doing absolutely nothing. Ev goes down too, but Lace is waiting. Lace trying to find her mark. Ida has been unleashed. And that flip of the switch that was supposed to come in for Flyquest, it was a different look for them, but AI still, Mimi, have been fully prepared.
Yeah, AI just full contact into that site. Couldn't find the opportunity for Lace to get proactive, to pop through that smoke and make her play, and instead, it's AI walking up much further than Fly expected. They get caught with util in hand, and now AI, with a round where they're likely to keep 5 members alive through it, with their ults starting to build back up, 1 away from Fade Ult, 1 away from that Vice ultimate as well. And this feels like a game where opportunities are continuing to slip away for Flyquest.
Mm-hmm. Bob's gonna get a couple of kills, but it doesn't matter. I mean, even if Bob aces here, it doesn't matter. Sure, the op is taken out of the hand, but looking at AI's money, they've got enough to buy every round for the rest of the game. Doesn't matter how many guns they lose.
Timeout is what I'd expect to see here for Flyquest. There it is. This has been sliding for too long. It's time to say no to Whimsy.
Yeah, and already I am thinking that this timeout may have been called. If you see it, Flyquest all bought guns before the timeout. There is a world here where the coach just wants to hit the pause button and say, hold on, are we really forcing up Guardians into this round?
Yeah,
Around
you're
that
up
could tie up
11-10
the
still.
game. It has got a steal Garden as well.
If Fly force here and lose, AI is pretty much going to get 12. And then you're looking at, from a game that was perfectly in control for Flyquest, to one where they'd have to look to overtime to win it. That is a really, really brutal proposition ahead of them. I think they just got to take a breather a little bit. If they want to do something aggro, you could go for a fight into mid, something along those lines early, but they need to show that they can play the slower pace, that they can play into these later round retakes and, you know, win on more than just run it down every round.
Yeah, you can play trap plays. Trap plays with the Breach Cypher very strong. But
For sure.
This is weird. Bob picked up the op, and the Boperator is a classic. But AI will be aware of that. Bob playing in top mid. An early pick could just open things up, but AI have kind of started avoiding that space, have been waiting for the early aggro, and then execing as a clump.
I think it's going to be a trap off of Bob's op. Going to get smoked off, so doesn't really have the same contain, but if she makes contact here, can then rip the stun, have the neon swing in. This is a bit more reserved look, which I do like to see.
And look how deep AI are playing, too. Ida all the way back in spawn, holding the A push. 3 players working in towards B. Simulacra picks up the Nightfall off of the orb. Do they want to just pop this? M can teleport deep into heaven.
There's 4 players here already from Flyquest.
The bop. It's classic. And now a Nightfall just to scout. That is going to ping up no one in main. The rest of Flyquest shift into mid. Annex needs to get this opener, but it won't be there. Bop! Another one from top mid. And the slow round is paid off for Flyquest. AI surprised by the reserved approach. I'll pray to the op. Now it's on Ida again. Ida and M.
One enemy remaining.
Working through mid, but there's Cora. There's the rest of the squad. Cora just dancing around, doing circles around Ida to take Fly up to map point.
And you're seeing the virtues of playing slower with this comp. When you've been conditioning running into spawn every round, your opponent is predisposed to just waste 45 seconds waiting for that inevitable play. By the time they're trying to actually diffuse any trap plays and work up in space, you've already gained enough information to have 4 players on B and completely lock this one up. I don't think there's anything more Flyquest than running it down 8 rounds in a row, losing 4, looking like you're going to lose the game, and then pulling out the Bob operator to sure up match point.
Absolutely silly. Now again, Quiet playing 3 into mid, ready to flood out into B after this Nightfall, after the Steel Garden. Steel Garden pings up Ev, but not Cora. Importantly, and Ev gets a classic kill! Are you joking me? The rest of AI are walking over towards the A site, but Thea's here. Trushi's down to 1 HP. Trushi's down to nothing. It's falling apart for AI. Ida maybe with a chance, but it's only 1 for 1, and that is not enough. It's not looking good now. AI have to work into the A site. Sure, they've got ultimates. Sure, they're going to wait for a smoke to go down, but Flyquest Red are already here. They thought they had a chance in the map. They thought they were cooking something with 4 rounds in a row. But now M's on nothing. And Cora already coming around. Knocked out by Simulacra. Now that Nightfall to activate. Double ping. Should give AI some confidence to get back into the site. But they're taking their sweet time with this. Waiting for a paranoia, but they might have waited too long. Lace is already here playing inside of the smoke. 30 seconds left on the clock. And now it's Flyquest, the ones feeling confident. Pushing these players back with a smoke on the choke point. And the ultimate to the other side. It was a full-on bait for Ev. But it's isolated, these 2 players. Simulacra waiting for the lurk and doesn't get her timing.
So now it's all onto M. Only 21 health, so far away from the team. And the other Omen ulting right in her face. Forced to cancel out and now repositioned back onto the site as health is still a world away.
There's still trips on this site. Even. M has to play forward on so little HP. 1 for 1. She has to find at least that for her teammate to see the round through. Patience. Patience now, and that's the kill. That's what AI needed to stay alive in the game. Except now it's just M, and it wasn't supposed to be M in this situation. Lace is waiting for it. Flyquest knuckle down and take this first map.
This team wouldn't play it any other way than this. I think something like 16 rounds in a row of insta-ripping breach stun and neon runs at you in every single one. And I mean, if that's what you want to stake your map on, so be it. They play 1 slow round, win that one, and manage to, you know, just barely pull it across the line. It looked like they were gonna, you know, grasp defeat from the jaws of victory. But not today. It's another Flyquest nail-biter to take map number 1.
The bop is just simply too good. That being said, that was a close first map and making me excited for the second one ahead. We'll see the result of that on the other side of this break. Well, a little bit of a fake comeback there on Corrode, but Flyquest Red, they see it through at the end. Once they slow things down just a little bit. We know this team, they'd like to play aggressively, maybe sometimes a little bit too much at times, but good to see they can still make that dial switch and lock in when they need to.
I do love to see a team finding success with, like, my dream style of ranked Valorant, of just rip a double initiator neon every game and
Is that your dream style?
It is.
We are literally the opposite person.
No, I know, but like, do like 2023, like, or like 2022, whenever it was, when our rank stack just was like the goats of Fracture. Those were the days.
Those were good times when I was playing Cypher and hiding on my side. I was literally just doing Lace cosplays back in the day while you were Cora.
You weren't hitting the shots that Lace was.
And you weren't hitting the shots that Cora was. All right, you know what? Enough bickering. Let's hype up maybe
Cora and Ida are two of the players to do so. Cora's obvious, but I do want to credit Ida because I think she played so well. Had a really tough job playing into a double initiator neon comp as a oftentimes solo anchor player. She did a great, kind of idea of where to position, when to take those risks and fight into the neon, when to back it up. She found a really good balance in that and had a great game individually there. Far and away the standout player for AI.
Absolutely. We'll see if that can continue moving forward. I'm also I'm hoping Annex shows up a little bit stronger. I think that was a tough first game, and we know that she has been so elite, in their previous series that they won over against TV. Was putting up ridiculous numbers. I want to see a little glimpse of that, especially as we head forward into our next map here. And, of course, maybe we get a few more Bob Operator rounds. Those are always.
You want to see more Bob Operator? Are you an average Bop fan?
I think that when the Bop comes online, Flyquest are just forced to, like, screw their heads on right, and be like, oh, actually we just can't run it down because Bob is refusing to use utility to help our team. Bob is just gonna wait for Bob to get a pick, and that's the best way to play.
Cosplay? Yeah. I know you love the something Gecko on Sunsets. Are you hoping for that to
yeah, give me Bob on Gecko with an op. Use no utility, just kill everyone.
Fans of slow, honest Valorant are about to hate the upcoming map because not only is it another Breach Neon comp for Flyquest, that's also exactly what's going to be ran for artificial intelligence. This is pretty much a mirror. The one difference is AI had been playing the Vise, whereas it's still that Cypher for Fly. I prefer the Vise. I think that's a nice twist to this one. And
what, you think a retiree is going to take time out of her schedule to learn how to play Vise and not just lock in Chamber or Cypher every game?
Chamber? No. Cypher neither. It's fair. I mean, Cypher's obviously still good, and I think he gives you things that Vise doesn't. We were talking a little bit about it last map, but like the cam for set plays is nice. When you're an attack side lurker, also having the cam to like full contain mid if they're not doing something aggro puts a really nice pressure on the defender. So there's a lot that's strong about him, but I think his like a pound for pound side anchor. Obviously, Vise is way stronger in her current form.
I agree, for what it's worth.
So that's really brave of you.
That's not going to change anything for Flyquest, unfortunately, because again, Lace, big old Cypher head, and respectable considering the way she was playing, especially in that first half.
What is crazy is that both these teams had a phase previous where they were playing neon ISO on this map. So
that is sick.
It's been a weird one. That not only were they both playing that, but they both changed away to the same comp. I don't think either will go back to the neon ISO. I agree with you that it is somewhat sick. We'll see. Agents like about to come up on your screens here as we get ready to hop into Sunset. Flyquest are 1-1 in the Swiss stage, as are their opponent AI. A win here puts them halfway to clinching playoffs. You need 4 wins before 4 losses, and taking a look at our agents, it is a change up for AI. They're going to be pulling out, well, still the Neon. They're dropping the Breach and instead picking up the Gecko alongside the Sova. Not something you see a ton with that exact pairing here.
Yeah.
It used to always be with the Breach instead, but this is really akin to, for example, how teams like to play something like Bind, where like the Fade or Sova with the Gecko is really common there with those kind of double scan looks.
Are you a Gecko enthusiast, Mimi?
I wouldn't say I'm enthused, but I don't think I'm as hateful and spiteful about Gecko's current state as some others are. I think he's viable, and I also think in a world where Breach has the nerfs that he's had with the stun, I see the value. I still think on Sunset, because Sunset is a map that has a lot of just really strong angles for line control. What you're looking at there in main, a Breach stun or an Omen Flash is going to cook there, fighting into mid. There's so much value to get with a stun or a Paranoia on this map that I think still running Breach is probably better, but there's value in the Gecko, and if you're not a Breach believer, I can respect the pivot.
Yeah, you can still do things like the vertical Gecko Dizzy, like we're set up for currently, which might have worked during the first month of Sunset's existence, but I think now everyone is ready. You just have one person playing anti to shoot that thing. Can't exactly shoot a Breach
play
stun.
anti into Gecko.
Anti as in you hold the line, Mimi. Anti can mean more than just turning away from a flash. All right, the bickering must stop. It's a brawl in A main, and it's Korra striking first again. M is here though, and now a Paranoia makes things all sorts of chaotic on this site. That right click from Ev, it never gets old. Smolkra is never dealt with, and we're just walking through it one way. I'm not sure if I agree with that one, Bob. Well, we're not exactly expecting there still to be a Sova in the area. This lurk pressure. Lurk, I guess, being on the extremity from Smolkra. A big issue now for Flyquest. They've sent 2 players over to deal with that. And the drone's going to tag 1. This fight into spawn, a big deal, though, as Ev secures that one. Gives a comfortable enough place to play with the fault line coming through. Ev takes 3 on the round, and Flyquest get their pistol.
I don't think Ev had any help that entire endeavor. Just takes 2 1v1s and wins them both out to share up that pistol. I also knew exactly what you meant by anti-flash. I'm just rage baiting at this point.
You're rage baiting on a cast, Mimi.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And it worked. That's the worst part.
You know?
That's actually the worst part.
Bait used to be believable. Looking at the buy for Fly. I got the 1 rifle on board.
Bars.
Yeah. I'm so alliterative. AI's gonna go
alliterative?
for the fight. There's no one home.
Same play, no answer this time around.
What's your problem with that?
I don't have any problem with that. I only have problems with you.
Okay. You know, I'm, never mind. You want to talk about the round?
From it. Yeah, let's talk about. Oh yeah, let's talk about the thrilling 5 die to spike type round that AI are about to run.
No, it's 5 running and die.
Ah, 5 running and die. Now that is unexpected. And Smolkra doing a poor job of just dying. She chose to get a kill before going down.
Korra loves the we're in a 4v1. Just stay in the Neon hands, just back and forth, like with her little hands running back. You guys can't see. I'm doing a mimic of it.
I'm watching Mimi right now dancing, like you're a speed skater, but you're speed skating in place. That is the image that I was just given. But now we have a real honest round. This isn't even a bonus, by the way, for Flyquest. There is a Stinger on Ev. The rest of the team has Vandals, and again, it's an all-out brawl for A main.
Yeah, they love taking risks on these rounds, and here we go.
That's a terrible stun! We just stunned ourselves. What is going on? It didn't work. That's the worst part. It's all a part of the plan, the sick, twisted, artificially intelligent, generated plan. And it worked. And it's still working. That's the worst part. Now with Dizzy to come out and what?
She was blind. It's another.
This is just a round. This is a round of Valorant.
Yes, and I couldn't agree more.
And
2v3.
We've stopped. It's a 2v3. The spike's an elbow. Lace is walking here.
Yep.
Where do we
Wait a
go
second.
from this?
They has ult, so they can pivot late back into B, but they don't know where Vibes is. Oh,
Ida. Not looking the right way. Ida needs to help, and she does. Picking up right where she left off on map 1 for the 2K.
You know, thriving in the chaos like that and producing something that is very ugly, but for some reason still brings you some semblance of joy. They're really living through the artificial intelligence dream. They've produced some succulent slop that you believe for a moment, and then you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't look quite real. But it worked on me, and it got an emotional response. So therefore, you know, really living up to the name in that.
That really was just an AI round. Oh, until we're getting flashbang kills.
By the way,
oh, let's do it
A5.
again. This time, no self-stun. Big pivot out of AI, although Cora will find the kill onto M. And X drone should see her coming out of that one. And the ping, Cora's flying off of that, shooting at feet and still getting kills. And Flyquest have the sight.
Yeah, really nice from them. Lace is going further, dies for it. A little greedy in that regard, but Cora's here to trade out, and poor Trushi just can't see a thing. Never mind. Pivots for 2, but it's not enough to win the round as Fly bounce back for a 3rd here.
Yeah, Flyquest do just a high enough amount of inting after they've won the round, so you have to be like, wait a second, maybe there's a... No, okay, no, it's actually just all theirs.
It's fine. They'd never
Let's do it
won
again.
A for
Shoot,
another
you wanna,
round.
hey, Mimi, you like the paranoia down lane, you like the fault line towards elbow, you wanna run that back one more time into the eco?
Well, this time there's a counter paranoia and a flash ready to go. There's a bit better util to fight back in, and
I really like the
a
buy out of
stinger.
AI. They've got a whole heaping ton of guns to fight with, and Annex is pissed. They're both pissed. Flying into the sights. What's going on? Our neons are ballistic. It's a
They just
3-on-3.
crossed paths, let each other run past. Annex still alive on the site somehow. Trips getting placed. Annex out as Lace gets one on the fadeaway. Annex in for more, but Thea trades it back, and Flyquest. It's a clean anti-eco. 3 alive.
A beautiful anti-eco. Some are saying. Wow. You know what, Mimi? Do you wanna go A again? I've heard that Sunset only has it's Valorant's first 1-site map. You know, they did a lot of 3-site maps, you know, to be extra, to be different. Oh wow, Lotus, Haven, they're so cool. Sunset, it's a 1-site map.
Yeah, this is actually a test run for the new Valorant like Swift play, where it's just one map, just retakes.
I love it.
Here we go again.
Here we go. Paranoia. Fault line. Another paranoia. Another dash. And it's an Odin! Annex is Odining! It's content. It's just content, Valorant. Everyone, shut up, watch the game, enjoy it. This is beautiful. It doesn't get any better than this. We're fighting in spawn while our breach is planting the spike. Because it's just one of those games. Because now
we're
we've got
all
a
thinking
rolling
a 3v2?
thunder. Of course. Why not? Because Trushi's still alive. Because M is still here. These players are low. But it doesn't matter. Flyquest are still gonna win the round.
That's all I have to say.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Mimi, where do you want to go this time?
Go. Oh, maybe A.
At what point do AI just stop playing on the B side?
Let's start 5
Because
stacking
this
A.
is stupid. This is actually silly what Flyquest are doing. Like.
Thanks.
And now after losing the buy round, AI have no guns again. The hero guns for a second.
I'm telling you, I'm calling my ball. This is the round they win.
This is the round they win. All the utility, all the mess. Annex with the laser beams. That's 1, 2, 3. Line them up. Mimi called her shot. But it's not over
It might be
yet.
too soon.
Now the neural theft.
Last player standing.
Ida gets the kill. Hold. Lace is still alive, and Ida has her too. AI are back in it.
Why did I know it was going to be the eco? Of course it's the eco that they win. Oh. What do you say to that?
You just take a moment to appreciate the
The
beauty.
finer things in life.
The finer things.
Like hitting the A site on Sunset.
Yeah.
Well, they have Thrash.
Hey, Simulacra's in the fight this time. A little different.
Yeah. Gonna rip a Sovault off contact here if it's another A hit. Update, it is.
And here we go. Hunter's Fury out. 1, 2, and a counter on the other side. AI strike first. Annex in a whole lot of trouble, though. Dodged away from the lasers. Coming back her way.
Take flight.
And surprisingly reserved in the approaches, Flyquest. Waiting things out. AI already stacking 4 players onto the site. A whole ton of ultimates to get back in here. And now the reposition from Ida. They're ready to fly. Here we go. Thrash comes in, pings out on the backside. These classics are still doing work for Flyquest. Why are the pistols winning consistently? It doesn't make any sense. Spike still going down. M and Simulacra testing things out of the smoke. Still, this crossfire is so brutal.
One enemy remaining.
Around the corner, and down they go. M doesn't stand a chance. Flyquest take the round.
Oh my god. How can we do all 12 rounds of A hits? Is that allowed?
Can we? Okay, we've done 8 rounds of yelling during the A hit. Can we just go silent? I just want to watch and appreciate this next round.
Okay. Can you like just talk it through like calmly, maybe?
Oh, calmly? Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah, just appreciate it.
Another calm approach in towards the A side. Artificial intelligence with a Dizzy ready to go. A vertical one at that. We'll see how Flyquest can deal with the approach. Eyes on Cora now as she slides up, goop in the eyes of the opposition.
They passed each other.
But she's right behind, and now the paranoia just seems like it's a little bit too late. Bob carving her way through the site, and right now on the other side of the cages, it's Ida first, but M's still alive on site.
Spike down.
One. Sushi joining the party, and the assistance from AI has been beautiful. Lace calmly works on into the site. A 1-on-2 now for the Silver. Spike out in the open, and it's Lace on the 3K. Flyquest red in the round.
It's giving golf commentary.
Golf commentary, but you talk the whole time instead of leaving any air to breathe.
It's radio golf commentary.
Radio golf. Okay, I like it.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Mimi,
so
this round's yours.
A-hit.
You can have this A hit. Let's just keep making it interesting because every round is the same. It's just how we approach it.
What's the gimmick?
The gimmick is that you can't use player names. Go.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Blinded. The blue-haired character pushing. Wow, they're so friendly. Stinger. Okay, get kill. Very lovely. And now slow down for but a moment. I don't know why I've just gone caveman. I didn't need to do that. You didn't ask for that. But this time, they fight together. Nice crossfire. Swing in. No A sight for you. Bye-bye fly.
I like you didn't use character names or player names. It was just...
I realized that just player names would mean I would just call them the agents, and that would be fun. Sure. So
I do think that after 10 rounds of going A, going caveman, speech makes a lot of sense. Like, even if it's unintentional, like...
They are just 4-stacking A every round now.
What am I watching?
I'm waiting for the 5th.
No one's called a timeout either. Or I think we had a timeout ages ago, but like, come on!
Is this like a... I wonder if they're like talking in chat. Is something like what? I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening either. It just keeps happening. It's like we're training the AI model. You keep going into the same A site to see how the artificial intelligence responds, and the response has been almost the same every time. It's not learning.
I mean, they're trying something different. They put an extra player elbow there and used util insta instead of waiting for contact or anything, but it did not work.
But it's the thing about AI models, you have to feed them so much information. You have to do it so many times before they can brute force, try every single possible solution to the problem.
Okay, here's my call this round. QB Snake, one person B, the other 4 hard hit A, and then you tell them plant D.
I love it.
I think
that would be a cool strat.
I need a weapon.
Flyquest.
This is generational. I've never ever seen a game, not even in ranked, not
this
even
happened
in 10
to me.
minutes.
I swear to God, Icebox last year with Teddy Tactics, Flyquest Red went A site on Icebox every single round in an attacking half, and they killed us.
You're getting flashbacks to it. All cast around. Here we go. Simulcra stuck in the corner. Paranoia up yet again and overwhelmed by utility, but support is there. Thrash connects on 2, and with the pistol out, it's AI. Overwhelming. Only Bob left detained in the open with the gun out in time, but not a round in sight. 4-8. Flyquest slam A 12 rounds in a row and come out the better of the half.
67% success rate? I'd say that's pretty solid.
Yes. And I think they're a better team at hitting A than they were 30 minutes ago. Okay, let me not kid myself. That half did not take 30 minutes. That was like 15 minutes.
That was
Every round was
15.
over in like 60 seconds.
Mimi,
or
I am
less.
really disappointed that Flyquest are not sprinting 5 players A main on defense this round. I think
is sad
that
to
would
see.
just be peak.
I can't believe this is what's happening. I mean, like, we're making fun of it and we're clowning, but they're literally up 8-4 after.
They're
hitting
literally
A
winning.
every
No,
single
Flyquest
time.
literally do this. I've experienced this. It's not fun.
What is going on in mid?
Well, it's a little bit of a slide on through. Flyquest have 4 players here for reasons. Seemingly the reason would be to play team deathmatch. And it's,
We're just
again,
walking into
successful.
smokes?
It's working.
And
Only
they
the
just-
B site
we're up
falters.
5v3.
Now Flyquest are kind of ready to blitz their way into the site. Wingman keeps 3 guns at the ready for AI.
The
That
team
stun
stun
hits
onto
both
both of
players.
them.
Okay. Okay,
you
let's take a
winning?
breather. It's fine. Now Cora's gonna walk in. Sure, we've got like no utility to play off of because again we stunned ourselves. But again, it doesn't matter.
What is
Mimi, I have been through cruelty in the last week. Okay? On Friday, I had to cast Furia. Got obliterated.
was good.
On Sunday, I had to cast 2G. Got obliterated. I'm like, I'm
you
so
could
excited
say
for our
that-
first match today, right? Because it's Shopify versus Wadada finalists. Oh my god, it's gonna be so great. No, Shopify kill Wadada. And now this?
Kirsty's gonna go postal on the
This?
cast. Oh, dear viewer, I hope you're enjoying whatever this game is. This is truly a treat. I've never watched something like this before. Here we are again.
Amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Run into mid.
The
Hello.
bout law.
Goodbye. Judge.
We're hitting them with the silly guns, top, mid, and market. Uh-huh.
Why is Ev walking down A? It's 5v3.
Because Ev has already used Fault Line in this round, so you can't actually get Fault Line back up. So... And to get the kill. Cora, again, playing Knife Out Simulator.
Dude, I would love to hear what their comms are like. They've got to be giggling like crazy.
I imagine it sounds a lot like our casting of the early rounds, where it's mostly giggling and screaming.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of that here too. This is the first break I think we've ever gotten this game, by the way. I don't really know how to process it.
Oh
or
my, I have
respond
water I
to
can
it.
sip on. Hold on.
Yeah, enjoy. Still
that was
nothing
nice.
happening.
That
It's
was
kind of
nice.
beautiful. 5v2. No one really doing anything. Just a judge.
One
win.
enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Good
Down
night.
B. Flawless.
Flawless round for Fly. They're up 10-4.
All right, so AI, we get to buy guns now.
Okay.
What are they doing for us, Mimi? Walk
What are
me
they?
through
What
it.
are they doing for us?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't
Mimi.
just randomly run into mid.
Mimi, look at the mini map. Look at the mini map. I want them to just start running A.
Yeah. No, I actually think it's a good idea. Into Cypher, I actually think you just run execs. You just trip, common trip. You shock, common trip positions, and then you run an exec with the breach and the slidey. Here we go.
Well, you think back to Corrode. AI's attack side was like marked by them just execing into a solo lace every round. It's actually fairly successful for them.
Well, Lace has a friend named Bob.
I don't like Lace's angle though. You can just get walked up on like this. Already taken low, now stuck in her own cage, but Bob's support is there. And now this judge is a little bit hard to dislodge. Good shock dart, but Lace still alive on 60. Now the mosh, but there's still room for Lace to play around, and Bob is here. The support has showed up. AI just took way too long to activate onto the play, and it falls apart at the hands of Bob.
Yeah, they get completely stalled out there. Full waiting in towards elbow and using tons of util to dispel Lace, but Bob perfect on the angles. If that player who came out onto site doesn't die, it's a completely different round we're looking at, but instead it's just a complete brick wall. And now look at AI's money. They are broke. You know what the real bit would have been for the first half for another A hit?
What? Hit me.
Ask AI's coach. His name's ChatGPT. what they should adapt to win against a team that hits A 12 rounds.
Wait, we actually missed it. That'll be for the post-match analysis, maybe.
Do you think the AI knows how to play Valorant? I don't think so. Well,
I've heard that Icebox is a map that has 2 sites. I've also heard that AI's sheriffs are a little bit deadly. Remember it was the full eco round that they won earlier with just a neon ult?
I do recall that. Still a 3v4. They're not one yet, as Bob picks off M, who is just alone walking around on A. So it's back to a 3-on-3, and I think Fly knows this is going to be a finish towards B. Everyone rotating back that direction.
Lace, also known as the problem to AI, goes down, as a matter of fact. And Bob is super low, as mentioned. One shot to the body from any of these sheriffs. Not going to give him a chance, oh my word. Bob just flatlines Zita.
Take flight.
Drone spots the planter, sees the second. There goes Cora. Good stun, and good night, AI.
They've unplugged ChatGPT. They're turning off the data center.
You failed.
It's over. 12-4. The first map was close. The first map was silly, but the second map has been something different entirely. They hit A 12 rounds in a row, win 8 of them. Now up 4-0 on their defensive side, and just 1 away from completing this one. Going up 2-1 and making it halfway to the playoffs, to the main event.
Wait, go back to the music. That was nice.
Kind of jammy. Just something real people say often when they hear good music.
Yes, they do. It's going to be a dive down mid from Cora. Here we go. AI in a whole lot of trouble, but Trushi walks in, holds her ground. Bob now entering the party, Ev as well. Go to work out a Trushi, but more and more challenges just keep approaching, and there's still Lace on this B site. Dart forces Lace to reveal her position, and now with Ev being taken down low, maybe there's an angle. The 2-on-3 after all. Flyquest continue forward. Nice shock out of the Sova player. AI have to find some way to fight forward. Dance around center site, and Lace is a queen of the ball. Simulacra now around the side, and Thea sees things through. 13-4, 2-0 in the series for Flyquest after the show that first half was, maybe.
They made that game way more fun than it needed to be.
I love that.
And so I'm happy for it. It could have just been a boring stomp, but instead it was an incredibly fun stomp. And I thank Flyquest for that. Just run the same exec 18 times in a row. Let Cora go crazy on the neon. You know, maybe they're not playing the most meta stuff. Maybe they're not defining the future of the game. But they are just executing on exactly the style of Valorant they want to play.
And executing on the same site.
The A site,
they're big things. Yes.
They love doing that.
Yeah. That was something. My old trauma from Teddy Tactics resurfaced. AI just discovered a bit of new trauma anytime
they really also did that to you.
Yeah, on Icebox,
you were
I swear.
Teddy.
It was when I learned the absolute devastation of their A defaults with the Dodo Sage util dump.
Yeah.
Because they would just use all of their utility on any forward aggro and just demolish. It was rough. And now that I know they just do this on more maps.
Hey, well, now you have a team to commiserate with over what happened a year ago. I guess that was a different Fly back then, but they're still up to the same tricks.
Yeah, still doing a lot of the same. We are going to step away for a quick break and then chat with one of the victors over on the Flyquest side of things. We'll see you then. Well, that was certainly one of the games of all time. Flyquest Red are victorious over AI, and we have the victorious Ev here to join us for the Verizon post-match interview. I'm very excited to pick Ev's brain on some of the interesting strats y'all were calling. I'm very curious what the inspiration was, Ev, for the Go A every round of Sunset.
So, we knew we just wanted the rush going into the series, so just happened to be A. They were like, oh, we go B now, they're going to expect it. Let's go A again. So we just kept running it down. It worked out.
I love it. I love it. I also want to go back to the Corrode map for a second, because that felt like the closer of the two maps for sure. Did you feel like maybe you and the team were overplaying your hand a bit, like going through these like super fast plays? Because it seemed like after the timeout towards the end, y'all really slowed things down.
Yeah, we were definitely getting sloppy in what we were doing. We're letting things slip. So called the timeout, slow down our play, just let them make a move, and then we can adjust from there. And I think we played pretty well, apart from
It worked,
throwing.
yeah.
Yeah, talking about the pace, I wanted to kind of ask about your style a little bit, because we're in a world where most teams are indexing a lot into double Senti or like double controller Viper comps, especially on Corrode, where basically everyone is playing some variant of double controller there. You're one of the few teams, not just in GC, but kind of across VCT as well as a whole, that is really sticking to their guns with Breach Neon. Can you talk to me about how the team discussed staying to that style and what maybe caused you to want to play that way in a time where everyone else is kind of going in a different direction with the meta?
Well, I got a little monster on Neon, so I think me being able to play Breach and her just running it down on Neon is, I can just full capitalize off her. I mean, it's been working. It's been working a lot more. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, she's frying when she's running it down on the
frying.
It makes sense. Do you
frying,
think that there's a ceiling to that at all? Like, do you think if you're playing the top teams in GC, think your Shopify's, your Warada, do you think that you're gonna have to show more depth, or is this the style that you can play that can get you to that level again of competing for finals?
Well, I think we can definitely slow it down if we wanted to. Right now, we're just doing what works. It's working running it out. We're capable of slowing it down. So we need to slow it down. We can slow it down, play against the better teams for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious, like with, you know, like roster change and like Lace still playing with you these last few weeks, like how much of a ceiling do you see for this team? Like how much work is left to be done for Flyquest to get back to being like right up at the top with your Shopify's of the world?
Right now, we're at maybe like 20%. We're not even close to where we should be, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're underperforming still a little bit. That's okay. We'll get there. Just gotta keep on grinding. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the right mindset. Always be looking to improve day on day. Thanks so much, Ev, for joining. Do you have anything you'd like to say to anyone watching here before you go?
Shout out to the fans for still believing in us, even if we're in a little bit of a rough patch right now. So much love.
Love that. Thanks so much, Ev. Have a good night.
You do.
Thanks.
And that will close things out here. Yeah, I like that little humbleness coming out from Fly's Breach main there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see as they do start to play some of the stronger teams. They're now sitting 2-1 in the standings. To see what they're gonna pull out there. Warada, after losing their match to Shopify, is also a 2-1. That would be a really fun game to draw for next week. I'm kind of hopeful we'd get to see something like that. But definitely a sillier match today for Fly, but a fun one nevertheless. And for having a new rookie player on there, just letting her be a monster on Neon. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Cora was looking good. Again, I do want to shout out Ida's performance on the other sides for AI. Really, really strong, especially on that opening map of Corrode. That is going to do it for us. Here we've got more games probably still going on. This was really quick, so go ahead and check out all our other streams, Radiant Glow, GG, etc. We got content over there for you. And come around again next week for more NA Game Changers. See y'all.